Okay, and we're live. Hello, everyone. Welcome to another Studio Maker Presents Death Stranding stream. Number 8. This voice coming to you right now is Lucky. Over there is Omega.
Howdy, howdy.
Howdy, he
Meowdy,
said.
even.
Meowdy.
Sounded like that.
No. Just do not. What? Norma Reedus, you
Sorry,
don't
my
like the
bad,
idea
brother.
of cats and cowboy hats? That's your loss, man.
My bad, brother. I didn't realize it was like that.
Alright. Well, actually, let me make sure. Let me make sure that things didn't get fucking weird on my paths here. No, everything looks about right.
No, it looks like it's got your normal routes.
Okay, cool, perf. Yeah, no, I think I'll try that in the future. Cause actually, can I? Yeah, bridge link. But like, as you can see, like where my bridge link was 0 before, now it's 11. I was able to get some levels up on that. I basically went back to the East Coast. Ooh, excuse me. Look at this. They have gun emplacements now.
Yeah, I was about to say, hold on, are those turret markers?
Yes,
They are. Shit.
they have guns. They're non-lethal. They fire non-lethal rounds, but still. It's like, I just unlocked guns. Why do you guys get guns? You should be cavemen with sticks, as I...
Yeah, that's another thing that I think they improved in 2. Because I mentioned before to you that when you clear bandit camps and brigand camps, they go down, they degrade in quality.
Yeah.
So it seems more like they slowly get juice back, and don't like instantly the instant you discover guns, get a new gun. There were some interesting guys who had armored faceplates and like chest plates that you have to like shoot off before you can get them in. But you know what wasn't shielded? The back of the head.
Well, that's smart. I wonder if that's an iteration on the Nemesis system from 5.
It does seem like that is kind of the way. Like, they did say that enemy, if you leave them alone too long, enemy camps can level up. I don't know if they specifically, like, level up to suit you, but the game does keep track of, like, how you like to play and, like, Sam's skills and, like, your different A-Pass upgrades will, like, slowly level up that way. Like, if you do a lot of stealth stuff on your little 5-star screen, you'll start getting more unlocks versus, if you grind up bridge links, which for me, I have structures turned off, so it's pretty easy to get a decent amount of bridge link EXP by just going to the shared cargo locker and just being like, somebody deposited 40 fucking boxes for this guy. Well, I don't have him at 5 stars, so give me all that shit.
Yeah, that's my plan. Also, behold, my new friend, Buddy Bots.
Yes, the buddy bot. He's walking, talking. Oh, that's right. You can jump on him. This is fun.
See, I can just say, like, I can like get on him and just have him walk places. It's great. I love it. Anyway, we're gonna deliver fucking pizza.
Hell
Actually, let me pull up the email. The email. What the email? So, from Peter Englert, a desperate plea for a second pizza pie. My dear Mr. Sam Bridget, it is I, Peter Englert, the world most connoisseur of the delicious pizza you so faithfully deliver. Though my impudence would shame the very devil himself, I regret I must entreat you to bring us another one of the delectable dishes, this time from South Knot City. I am expecting company, a sweet couple of whom I am intensely fond. They insisted that they be allowed to take the air, but with the wildness being so very dangerous, I refuse to entertain their thought. Alas, while we are remaining indoors, I am incapable of preparing anything but the most base and disagreeable cuisine, so I must place myself at your mercy yet again, lest the poor dear starve. While I have already, I am very much aware, gone far beyond the bounds of common decency in making this request, I must compound my sins with a stipulation. The pizza must be topped with bacon of the incomparable Alberco pig. likes. Like I said, with a van or a fucking transporter truck, this is actually pretty easy.
Yeah, as long as you have something flat to carry it on.
Yeah. So, order for Sam. Hot fresh pizza. Select. Accept orders. Thank you, chat, for letting me know that you can hear us loud and clear. So we're grabbing the wait, no, this is the green and black one. My Eva one's over on the East Coast. Buddy Bot, do you want to stay? Buddy Bot, you stay. It's okay, fam. Oh, they gave us a floating carrier. Only level 1? Pfft.
Pizza should always be kept flat during transport, as in level with the ground, to be clear. Keep that in mind before you try to stuff one in a backpack. Otherwise, you're liable to make a huge mess.
I know what I'm doing. Yeah.
Dead man telling me?
Dead man.
Guess he knows about the pizza.
He knows about the pizza. You know what? You know what? You know what? We'll take the floating carrier, just in fucking case. I got the space. I'm not really running anything else.
Yeah, you never know.
Oh, wait, I have none of my gear. Son of a bitch. Hang on.
Well, you got to get it there in 60 minutes or less, or his money's back. Yeah, just fill that shit up.
Wait, actually, no.
This is a thing that, like, once again, not to wax too hard about Death Stranding 2, but the way they did change the the cargo and fabrication menu, so that like now you don't go straight to fabricate every single fucking job. Like you start at the route pre-planner, and then it goes, you go to cargo shelf, you load the cargo, and then you can pick if you need to fabricate, if you need to fuck with your cargo management, if you need to pick up vehicles, that kind of stuff, like ahead of time.
Alright. So like I said, I've been busy on the East Coast, so I haven't necessarily had time to finish the road here. I do think I got a little bit further.
You may be happy to know that that is one of the little APAS skill upgrades you can unlock is more efficient floating carriers.
Ooh. We really didn't need to stop here. There's not going to be any on the way. They're like all over there.
Yeah, but the Chiralium does fuck with your vehicles.
Yay!
To be honest, I'm not even sure why they bothered making that zone cross with the highway.
Yeah. Oh, I didn't bring any botanic repairs for either. Son of a bitch. Yeah, we should be okay.
I mean, you literally have an hour of real time. You could stop in the distro center if you really need to fab some.
Nah, I'll be okay. I'm always very careful about that turn because I have gone off that edge.
Also, once again, talking about the wheels, the trikes are not loaded with all-weather tires. And sadly, the Tri-Cruiser in 2 is not either. So when the roads are slick with rain, gotta be careful about your turn radius. You're a little slippery. No corner good when you're boosting. I also remember that spot has that like very weird little cutout of chiral network.
Yeah, that's the chef who I'm not sure if I have to unlock him like the Ludens fan. Like, he's in this area. He's like in a little overhang and whatnot. I might have to go visit him myself like the Ludens fan. I might not. Maybe I have to like find some lost cargo. I'm not entirely sure.
Yeah, I guess I would if you see lost cargo for him, then for sure. But it could also just be another thing that's like, you know, you'll get a job later.
Oh yeah, no, because like, as you can see, like this is gonna be like the distro center one, which is like,
Yeah,
no, the way station. Excuse me.
It's right there, just a little north. That building.
Oh. Wait. Nope, I lost it. Because that's the incinerator.
Yeah, I think it's like
Right here. Right there. There it is. There's the way station.
You got the cursor.
Yeah. Then over here is the distro center. And then Mountain Knot is... It's one of these. I don't know. I think Mountain Knot's actually a little unique. That it might like be a little more hidden than he is. I don't know. It's dark. But as you can tell, there's like all these other ones that we're gonna have to like find and connect, and those each have little like preppers in here. Like I think the one here is like the first prepper or something. I don't know. But I think there's like a scientist, an actual weaponsmith. You know, there's a gambit of them.
Beginning scan. Scanning bridges ID. Verifying ID. Weapons restrictions lifted.
I wanted to think about where I was gonna actually off-road myself. It's best to only have to cross once, but
That's right. He's the collector.
not entirely sure if that zone down here has BTs in it, but it might. So I'd rather swing around if I can. I got the time. Yeah, I don't think this is a BT zone, but I know this is definitely a BT zone, and it might reach out over here. I'm not sure.
It's the collector should be revealed on your map after reaching Mama's lab, if you haven't discovered him already.
The collector. Is that what he is? Hang on.
Yeah. He's dressed like a chef.
Oh,
He
okay.
should be.
No, I don't see
But
him.
if you don't see him, that's weird. You may have to go find him manually up in there.
What is best? Should I use a climbing acre to go down or a ladder to go up? 'Cause he's in a weird little spot. Well, we'll go see if we can find him in the area. Grab a couple ladders and a climbing acre. Should be good.
Yeah, these are highways. Require some resources to get into. They're a pretty good way to do reliable work.
Oh yeah, it's so weird to think about it how, because Psychers in chat talk about how they recently, they actually did what I did. They actually got the upgrade to the director's cut. $10! Pretty good.
Yeah, if you have your PS4 Death Stranding discs.
And they're talking about how they've like reached like the distro center, and I'm like, man, it feels weird because that's not really that far into the game, but it still feels like you've been doing like, oop, I am about to pass my... Well, actually, no, that would be a horrible punch. Let's just go up. No, okay. Let's actually go off-road here. Let me check my route here. That is not a good place to cross.
Is that some work?
I think we're actually no. I think we'll be okay. I think we'll be okay. I don't see the. I don't see the black strands.
Yeah, they're over there.
Yeah, they're over there. Yeah, we should be okay. We should be okay.
Yeah, I do know that a decent number of people have been going back to Death Stranding 1, either just because they like never got around to it or whatever, since 2 did come out.
Fragile Express ID verified. Weapons detected.
Should be close
All
enough.
weapons will be locked until departure. Cargo verified.
But no, I'm like I'm a little concerned
another
because
thing.
like I want to play Death Stranding 2 when we get here, but I'm like mid Death Stranding 1, so I'm like
Only you can figure that out. I mean, I did the thing that I'm sure you're gonna do, which even before, like, I may recommend to you that, because I had to fucking
Performance evaluation.
drive my ass back through the plate gate to go back to Mexico. If you push to like the first big city in Australia, that's when the Magellan lets you travel back. But also, there is a lot to be gained by going back to Mexico and leveling up everybody. So I'm sure you'll figure what's comfortable for you and do all their like standard orders and shit. But like, that's what I did. I was like, okay, I'm gonna scratch Mexico, the first zone off my list, and just get all the stuff.
it seems like is like good stuff from what I hear in Mexico. Like I've been going like I went back to like I'm going back to wait, who do I need to
Actually, there's the
upgrade? I need to
distro.
upgrade. Well, let's go find the collector actually. Let's do that.
Yeah, no. If you're gonna say like you've been hearing stuff about like what it is, like yeah, no. The clients, I guess, the people you can deliver to in the first area in Mexico, like actually give you some of your early essentials, and then obviously that means they upgrade them. So hey, you get your first assault rifle, doing missions there. So that's when you get assault rifle level 2. Which has the underbarrel grenade launcher, which I have used. They're very good. That's how you get like higher level blood grenades. Like I said, one of the first preppers you deliver to La Madre is she gives you all the recipes for like
The sticks.
the sticks. So if you wanted to go stick route, the very first city, like C1, like Ciudad del Norte, that guy gives you like handguns. So like gives you the multi-purpose handgun, which is technically a machine pistol. It can be full auto, but he also gives you the suppressed version and the big bore version, which is a revolver with like armor penetrating power. So it's like, yeah, there's good shit there. In general, it seems like everybody's rewards are like spaced out much better. In terms of like giving you different tools. Like some are very simple, like the guy who gave me my first exoskeleton, I've been working on him, and it's like, here's your level 2 and level 3 exoskeletons. Good job. Kind of a thing, right?
Right.
But others are really interesting. There's one guy in Australia, the musician, who actually composed some of the music for the game. Delivering to him unlocks your music player with 3
Okay.
playlists. And also doing deliveries and like getting his star level up gets you new music.
Oh, okay.
But also, he's the guy who gives you the shotgun tech tree. And he explains it that he got the design from a friend on the chiral network before Australia got broken up because he needed something to look out for himself while he was traveling for music inspiration. So as you level him up, he shares you better designs. But it's like that's a pretty good like double-edged feature of like you get a tool you can use and also get cool collectibles.
Yeah.
So then there's other characters like the artist. I think she only gives you like new colors. It's like usually 2 per star level, but it is interesting to see kind of the difference. But like I do think that some of the like God, I don't even. Have you gotten a star out of the Ludens fan yet? What does he give you? I don't even know.
He gave me like he hasn't actually given me anything. I think he gave me a couple cosmetic items, I want to say. I do
Like
need
it seems like getting the unreproducible, like super cool items like chiral boots and chiral ladders. I haven't run into anybody who does that equivalent. Or even like super lightweight materials. Like I don't know if that might be later or not, but in general it seems like cosmetic stuff is you can still get some patches and other like charms and things or you know collectibles for your private quarters. But it just generally seems like most people are better balanced. And then, you know, that means there's going to be, you know, stations where it's going to be obvious that, like, yeah, I'm going to level up the lone commander faster because he gave me the fucking trank sniper rifle and the trank handgun. And I want some more of that shit. There's a lightweight version of the trank sniper, so it fits into small in my backpack.
Yeah, now that these guys have guns, I can't necessarily run at them like I used to. Because now they just shoot me.
Yeah, and they're using rubber bullets, right?
Yeah, they're using
Or
rubber
using
bullets.
live ammo. Okay. I guess you could make a defensive truck.
Do I not have
a long range level 3 truck? This, by the way, is another thing that's simplified. You don't do long range truck 1, 2, 3. You see those slots on the outside where the batteries are stuck on the outside of the truck?
Yeah.
When you make an off-road roadster, it's just got 6 slots where if you want to fabricate a bunch of batteries, you can stick them there.
I do hear that there is more customization.
Yeah, I haven't unlocked all of them, but the lady I got them from is like, oh, we'll give you more vehicle customizations. They're like lost in the network, you know, but later we'll get them back to you.
Okay, so I don't actually have enough for a truck, so fuck it. Well, can't put as much on me bike, but whatever. Whatever. United States of what? I'm actually kind of sad that that track is not in this game.
Parameters updated. Time limit set.
Oh, this is timed? Shit, okay. That's what I get for not reading the fine print.
Yeah, it says urgent.
Have a pleasant journey. Weapons restrictions lifted.
Blah. No, my seconds. My speed run.
That is one thing that has not really been improved in 2 is the fact that, because it's the same engine, if you hit a rock, you just stop still.
I have nothing, you fools.
I do actually think that they've like straight up taken out those like mule cargo scanners. Like, I don't know if later they may have the ability to like scan your shit.
Hi!
Get his ass. Punch him out, Sam. He didn't have anything. He just had lemonade.
Catch.
Yeah, I don't think
I
they
missed.
actually have their Whoa. That guy? It's a terrible shame they don't drop their guns, too.
You just stay down. Just ran through that rock. Yeah, they are not shy about the fucking using the fucking gun emplacement at all.
I mean, they probably need to, because I think that exact guy threw like 3 fucking sticks at you, and he was miles away every time.
That's right, I'm coming to you.
Activate exoskeleton dash.
Guys behind the machine gun nest has a little shield, so you can't usually snap behind them. Usually. Oh, this is all just metal. I don't need metal for shit. I'm drowning in metal. Ooh, those chemicals, though.
Oh, I will say, I've gotten to the phase where we're unlocking, completing monorails. Those use a lot of resins and special alloys, so you have a reason to have poured resins now. Honestly, I haven't had to do too much farming for materials. Some of that is because I am, like, semi-online, so sometimes I will just look and find that, like, somebody has dumped, half the materials into something.
I mean, that is
honestly
nice.
leveling up places and getting more resources is pretty fast.
Still a dude out there somewhere.
Oh, actually, I should say why it also helps. One thing in Australia itself that they've added is... Ooh, that's not good for your bola.
So I gotta use this.
Have it use a real gun, but then you'd have to get rid of it. But one thing they've added also is like incinerators aren't on the map anymore.
Oh.
If you have to do corpse disposal, you can do that at like just any facility that has a private room equivalent.
That is useful, yeah.
So kind of like I think what's replaced them as like a static thing you can involve with is there are mines in Death Stranding 2, as in the diggy kind, not the blow you up kind. Don't know about that part yet. But yeah, there are just mines, and you feed them chiral crystals, and they spit out shitloads of materials.
Huh. Okay. I'm not against it.
One of them is... No, it's good. One of them's literally on the first monorail line they give you. So you can go... The mission to do it is literally go there, fix the mine, because they have to be fixed, like everything else in Death Stranding. But you repair the mine. You paid a bunch of chiral crystals to dig up a shitload of materials. You load them on the monorail. You ride that shit right back. The monorails are fun. They're not... I can't call them a fast travel system because you can't skip. So you do just gotta, like, as Sam, sit there and ride.
Yeah.
You can jump off if you need to get off in the middle. But you can load vehicles onto monorails. And cargo, so it's like it's just a cute little way to get around.
No, I like it. I like the concept of it. You still have to build roads and stuff too, if I remember correctly, right?
Yes, you have both roads and the monorail tracks. They have kind of like different routes and different purposes. It seems like.
Okay.
Beginning scan. Scanning bridges.
Roads, for instance, still have the energy.
Yeah!
You just don't give a shit about the
Listen, that cuts down my time. I mean, increases my time.
Sam Porter Bridges.
I don't even know what my fucking S time on this is.
Hey, Sam.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Well, probably a minimum an A. He said to beat it by a country mile. Yeah. Alright, now I'll take the stuff down to south, not.
Please
But
access
first...
delivery terminal.
Yeah, no, I was actually back in the East Coast, on the East Coast, and I had a mission. It's all like, test out your fucking, test out, your hermetic grenades. And basically what you're supposed to do is just hit a floating BT with it, collect the crystals, go to the distro center to drown them. Like, I didn't do that because I wasn't sure if I was actually being timed on this or not. Apparently I was or something. Because I actually got a C on that, and the dude was just all like, Sam, I think you could do better. I'm all like, what did you want me to do better? I fought a fucking BT! Whole thing! I fought a fucking tentacle dolphin! You're giving me a C for fighting a tentacle dolphin? Here, you take these grenades and go fight a tentacle dolphin and see if you want a fucking C for your grading! I could not tell him that, though. Sam is not that angry. Lucky he's that angry.
Sam's very tired.
Take a nap. Yeah, no, like, this is one of the things I do think that I heard about that they did in Death Stranding 2. They just got rid of lethal options, so you don't necessarily have to worry about that kind of stuff, if I remember correctly. Or at least lethal stuff.
Most of the guns you start off are just MP grenades. I don't know if that means there will be like more powerful, like lethal weapons later to deal with like mechs, because there are some mechanical enemies who shoot back at you. You can run into still relatively early as like a event enemy. There are guys who throw packages which turn into angry dog drones that turn back into packages and explode. You'll see what I mean later. They're not that far in.
I would like to have fucking dog packages. That sounds rad.
I mean, I might be able to get them later. I don't know. Unfortunately, it was still early enough in the game. I was trying to remember my buttons, so I was trying to be like, how do I throw? Blew up my own hand. Just trying to get cute with it. I could have walked away. But yeah, like I don't know if like you're gonna unlock like more lethal later as like a higher level reward. But yeah, generally it seems like 2 is just like everything is either like the enemies carry rubber bullet guns that often you can just steal. Like if you go to a brigand camp or a bandit camp, they'll just have a couple of like rubber bullet assault rifles lying around, which are only good for people.
Why do I need to go pick this up? It's fucking right here, and I like having fucking. It's 6
Yeah,
pieces
you
of.
didn't get the premium yet, I think.
Well, this is like the other one was just the big items. This one's specifically fragile items.
So don't trip up the stairs. That's another thing I said that I like about the 2 does better is the way standard orders do premium is there's no, you don't set it to premium. You just, if you do the delivery good, you get legend or legends of legends.
I should probably take all my shit down to like South Nut or something.
But yeah, no. So far in 2, I haven't seen any like lethal options. You start with MP guns and the mazer, and all the other weapons I've unlocked have been like either MP ammo, so it works on both BTs and knocks out humans, or like the trank guns, which only work on people.
Mm-hmm.
The only like dedicated anti-BT weapon is the blood grenades. So far, I don't know if they'll develop it later.
Pleasant journey.
Now, I don't know if you can actually still get void outs in Death Stranding 2.
I mean, I know that corpse disposal is a feature, like I said, at some stops, but I don't know if it's quite intended to be the same way. I think there may be thematic reasons as well, but again, I don't want to get into that.
No, because like I said here, you can cause many void outs. I was actually reading it because there is actually a fuck ton amount of lore in like the male ambient stuff. Apparently, void outs caused by repatriates like Sam are actually much smaller than what a normal void out would be. But even so, even if you do it, I remember this, like if you you can cause a void out like right here in this ruined shelter, and it like makes like a crater like this whole size still. Like takes out makes that all into just a void out crater. So I'm not entirely sure if they did that, because you can go this entire game without causing a void out, aside from the initial one. Well, technically you didn't cause that one. You were just a part of it. Alright, but I think that's everything. Ooh, let's get out of here.
Yeah, I have technically died in Death Stranding 2, but I reloaded because it was very stupid, because Sam decided he wanted to keep walking off 2 cliffs. I did not want Sam to walk off 2 cliffs, but he felt he had to keep going. Reminder, in general, if you're using climbing anchors, space them back from the edge a little bit.
Yeah, no,
Because
I keep
Sam
reminding
feels like
myself.
he has to walk a circle around it, so sometimes he'll throw the rope up the cliff, and it's like, Sam, that doesn't help anybody. How am I supposed to rappel back up this cliff if you throw it up front?
All clear. Welcome, Sam
Standing bridges. Not getting anything special here. It's just something I could do right here real fucking fast. 0 damage. Yeah.
Scratch her off the list.
Good work. New order available.
Alright, so standards. Let's see what we got left. I think it's just these two. I do want to go figure out the collector, but like I said, this is just an easy ass.
Well, you know, since you made it easy.
Yeah. Everything's loaded up. Special alloys and all that crazy stuff. Alright, let's see what we got left in here. I'm gonna move this stuff down to the distro center since that's much more of a central location.
Sure, for the game wants you to go back.
Order assigned.
And then with that, we will recycle this for a little bit of chiralium. And now we will claim some materials. Now we're already doing a special. Let's slurp their chemicals though. Do we got space? We do. Okay, cool.
Transport is very tall.
And we're also going to slurp up their Chiral crystals. We'll leave them 100, as always.
Delicious crystals.
But I need a fuck ton of these.
That I don't know if they've actually, like, they did tune it. I do just feel like there are way more just chiral crystal formations in the wild in 2.
Thank you for your contribution.
Alright. Let's boogie! Definitely trying to get South Knot City starts up. Then we'll try working on the road between South Knots and the Distro Center. Then we're probably gonna have to start thinking about the road to because it's gonna go through here-ish and around. I think normally what I do is I try to go up this little ravine to get in there. Actually, what is the...
Yeah, I'm pretty sure there is a, not a road, but like a...
I don't know if that's a BT
Path
zone.
up
I don't
there.
think it is.
That is a BT. I mean, there's definitely a BT zone up there. Is that a
Yeah.
permanent BT zone?
This is
But
definitely a BT
There's
zone.
definitely like a...
I don't know if this is, though.
There's like a junkyard or machine shop up there somewhere.
Yeah, no, it's right,
Or an abandoned
it's right there.
factory. Yeah. I have definitely fought BTs in that area.
Okay.
That's one of the other places where I've actually like been at risk of driving off because the road there is like all elevated. Which means you can avoid BTs really easy, but the game will do the little other deck thing and be like, hey, there's BTs. And like, I'm driving right now. PB, take the wheel.
Oh, I also did some experimenting with like the fucking jump ramp. The jump ramp is not like doesn't give you like a super big boost, but you can use it to like clear rivers if you line it up right. It's kind of fun. I think overall it's probably cheaper than making a bridge. But you also got to be a little bit careful about it because, like I said, you have to, drive off of it. So if you don't come at the angle right, you just kind of just slam into it. I have not tested the Cairo Bridge yet, though. Because I was building zip lines and all this other stuff on the East Coast.
I don't remember what the Cairo Bridge's like benefits were supposed to be besides it's just like.
They're just smaller bridges, but the thing that they do is they do not work during timefall. Which, is kind of weird to me.
I mean, I guess that if that means they don't degrade from timefall, that's neat, but, that's... I got, shit to worry about already.
Honestly, I'm still slightly weirded out about, Is it just because the fucking weather station's, like, so fucking far they decided to put the road up there?
Yeah, I would assume so. I mean, like I said, we'll have to build them and figure out what the routes are like.
No,
this is like the tightest cluster of road pavers I think I've seen in this game ever. Like in the sequel right now, the highways in Australia are just like it's a big U so far. Like there's nothing weird about it. And that is, you start in Southwest Australia, and that's so presumably we're gonna go all the way across. So that is kind of like
destroyed. Now they'll never get it back.
Beginning scan.
Damn, that guy's gonna. He's so embarrassed. He's gonna have to move to Mexico.
Decontaminating system. All clear. Welcome to Sam Porter Bridges.
Let's drop off all this stuff. Grab anything going south. Let's see here. Private locker. There we go. Oh yeah, I'm definitely keeping a bunch of stuff in. Look at all this metal I just got hanging out here.
Yeah, look at all those lightweight metals you've been leveling up. That's another thing actually I should say is like I think some of the preppers are like named. But in 2 I feel like almost everybody has like an assigned like name or like the owner of the place is marked. It can be an alias, like I said, like the first person you meet is just called La Madre, but like the artist is known as Lorenzai. I forget what the musician's name is, but it just says his name.
Well, people are connecting more, so I guess.
Yeah, it builds the sense of community. You're like, I know that guy's name.
Carabud's good. Keep the bowling grenades. Custom Chiral. Get rid of that. Extra blood bags. Woo! Alright, now with that, let's make this delivery. Take it. Take your shit! Better look good as new. Woo!
This is why it's stream 8, and we've probably spent about half of the streams fixing roads. Either directly inputting that, or Lucky has been running around punching out mules to steal their shit to build roads. It's because when you stop and build roads, the rest of the game is way easier.
Alright, let's check order for Sam's. Okay, yeah, so that's the way station. When it starts here. Let's check the other ones. That's to the engineer. Interesting. Old cityscapes. That's... Oh, that's to the elder. I was like, okay, what is that one about? Chiral artist. No. Delivery construction. Yeah. We should have the space for it. I definitely don't need anything else, guys. Oh, here's my truck.
There's level 3 truck.
Yeah, baby.
Now we're gonna schmooze some cargo.
Now we're gonna schmooze some cargo. Actually, if we're doing this, let me see if I can steal some mats from you guys. Probably guys don't got that many, but let me check here. What you guys got? What you guys got? Got nothing. Give me your ceramics. This is for America. Okay, let's see here. So I need another 50 metal for that. Yes, I was working on it. That's what it was. I was trying to think, like, was I working on this? Like, yes, I was. Just, I have not been able to finish them because I'm low on ceramics. If I get another star, I'll get more free ceramics, so I can worry about that there. You know what? I know I keep like saying, oh, I don't want to use them, but actually, hang on. How many metals we got here? God, we got too many metals. Fucking give them here. I got a fucking truck. And then the 50.
A lot of stuff with a truck.
I do like specifically that on the long range truck, there's no reason not to get it because the batteries are just on the inside and doesn't fuck with the interior storage space. So there's no reason not to have a long range truck. There's no reason to have a regular ass truck. You should either be using the long range truck or the defensive truck. Honestly, I should probably get rid.
And honestly, 2 is they fixed that problem I think in 2 by just making it one truck model and then
just
giving
letting
you
you upgrade
customization attachments.
No, I think that's personally I think that's a lot better.
Like I said, basically where those like 6 batteries are on the outside now, there's just the slightly redesigned. They actually did redesign the truck a little bit.
Oh, 250.
It's actually like an open cabin.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So Sam, explicitly, the lady who gave me the truck blueprint said, so you can use small arms out of it. So you can stop and blackenate if you need to.
I'm about to say that does remind me. Yeah, I do remember there's some fucking road battles that happen eventually. I've seen them in the trailers, but I think I got all the stuff there. All right.
But yeah, there's just like I said, where those batteries go, there's just 6 empty racks on the side for attachments and customizations.
Sorry, I put up everything,
and
I don't.
It seems like they will level up.
Tool rack. Wait, where's my anti-BT gun? Did I lose it? Did I break it down?
Yeah, you might have lost it.
Oh wait, no, I bet it's over still in South. I bet it's over in South Knot, because I think that's where I fast traveled from. Hang on a second here. Cargo boots. Honestly, I don't know where I carry these. I have never used a smoke grenade in my life. I'm not good with smoke grenades. I know the theory, like, use them to obscure your skin, but I was like, yeah, do you know what also obscures the enemy's vision? Unconsciousness. Lucky's way too aggressive.
Well, also the naturally during cover and all that other stuff. Yeah, you're going to start unlocking all the combat perks early, I'm sure.
Probably. Lucky's way too aggressive. Like, I can stealth, but it's like, if I'm not being graded on being stealthy, I'm like, I see no reason to be stealthy.
I mean, you can be graded, because that is, like, one of your 5 points now.
Oh, on stealth?
Is stealth.
That's true.
So, like, there's can be a reason to it, but so far I haven't seen any missions which are actually, like, other than, like, there are VR training missions for it, but so far there's been no deliveries where it's been like, Sam, you can't be spotted. It's like, you know, Dahlman warns me, hey, Sam, that tranquilizer rifle you have is not suppressed, so if you fire it, you know, be careful, enemies may be alerted. And I'm like, yeah, but I'm gonna knock him out from 1,000 yards, Dahlman, don't worry about it. Like, I think I had to level up my sniper rifle skill a little to maybe get the right feel, but after playing it for a while, it's very accurized, and you can zoom in. It's got a little rangefinder if you're too far out. The guy who gives you the blueprint even teaches you, if you don't know how bullet drop works, even teaches you how to use it. He's like, if you're really far out, just, adjust up a couple notches.
That's something I think is important. I don't think I've ever, in any video game I have ever played, I have been taught actually how to use the fucking rangefinder. Especially, like, because every fucking grenade weapon you use, like, grenade launcher weapon you use has them, never explained how they fucking work. Just kind of gotta, like, learn as you go.
It feels like the kind of thing that, like, game developers probably put in first just because they were, like, modeling real-life guns that actually have those range tools.
Yeah.
But in real life, that's, like, the whole point of those ranging tools is you realize that, like, oh, to account for drop, you look at the range listed on the scope and you adjust accordingly. You're like, oh, I'm, like, 200 meters instead of 100 meters. I adjust up slightly. But yeah, no, it was actually very interesting for him to be like, oh, I knew that already, because I've done a little bit of sport shooting and, know a few things about firearms. But I've never, like you said, a guy has never in a video game actually told me, oh yeah, no, that's how you use those.
Oh, thank God, I didn't stop. Let's drop off this bit here.
Oh, just reminded me, earlier it was you were doing the delivery, I think, to Peter Engel. You were like, I hope I'm close enough. And I was like, yeah, you are. That's another thing they just added in 2. Everybody has a little holographic ring to let you know how close you can park outside shelters and stuff.
Super useful.
Just like I said, it's really interesting, and I didn't think about the fact that it's been like 6 years. I think the original came out in 2019. Obviously, they did do some like post-game work because there are like new areas and maps and stuff in and new items in Director's Cut, so they did like a little bit of post-release work.
Yeah.
But like it's been like 5 years, and like.
Oh, I think we're in that.
Obviously, a lot of that dev time went into, modeling new regions. But a lot of it was just, like, learning little lessons and cleaning up UI stuff.
Oh, yeah.
Like
making
cargo loading faster.
I am excited.
Okay.
Hello there. I call him Rolly. Alright, but yeah, 320. Add all that metal.
I also feel like the pavers and stuff, it seem like they use both slightly smaller amounts of materials, but again, I'm still relatively early, I think, so I don't know if they're going to get crazy. But also, I feel like they're more evenly distributed to match, like, the amount of units you can extract when you get, pick up materials.
I don't think the cosplayers.
Cosplayer loss. Weird.
Is the cosplayer 5 yet? I don't remember.
Yet.
Shit.
Down there.
No, the cosplayer's 5. I don't care about her shit anymore.
I mean, I can't say you're wrong. That's how it was for me. Like I said, I went back to Mexico and I did stuff, and I maxed out a couple people really early, and so I was like, oh, what's that? Another, analog video game or an easel for the artist? I'm sorry, ma'am. You're already maxed out. I don't care anymore.
If I'm good,
if they're close to something, I would grab them and dump them off for other porters. But
yeah, no, like that's what I'd probably. Like, if I was on the East Coast, I'd probably keep grabbing stuff so I can just drop things off for other people to deliver.
Which also farms likes and bridgelink points.
Yeah, but over here, nah. Like I have when I start Death Stranding 2, I probably will start online just to see like how it is and stuff.
And like I said, if you don't want to be, I set my online setting to whatever they call it. It's like, I think they say some interactions, so that like other people's like dead vehicles and structures aren't littering the map.
I don't know if it's ooh, almost. I don't know if this was like in the beginning. No, I think this was in the beginning, but I do like it that if you do leave a vehicle out in there too long, eventually you just get a message that says a considerate BT has taken care of your dead vehicle. And I just giggle at that thought of just a BT be going like, fuck this vehicle.
Get out of here.
All right, that was
The thing
enough.
about that's funny is that other people can still contribute resources to upgrade your structures, and obviously can still use your structures. You know, it doesn't setting yourself to like minimal doesn't cut both ways. So, like I've actually had people like upgrade my generators and stuff.
No, like again, that's like the weird thing. I don't mind like seeing people contributing things or me contributing to other people's, seeing people's signs, seeing their like cairns or mushrooms, or like their structures and stuff. Because I think you can actually remove player structures from the map. No, it's literally this is the only thing is I do not like seeing their footpaths. That is the only reason why I do not play online. I was showing Omega like we saw earlier. Actually, I don't know if this was no, this wasn't on stream yet. But I was just showing Omega earlier because I was still on the East Coast. Just how unhinged some paths are, and I'm just like, Lucky is like isn't good at navigating. I have to follow the path like in front of me. This is why you constantly see me stop and hit my scanner because or I'm constantly checking the map because if I just go on my own and I do not have a direct path, I'll just go fucking whatever. And when I have other paths on there that can, lead me astray, it just fucking confuses me. So, I'm just all like, no, do not. But let's see here. What do we got here? We got Timefall Farm. Honestly, with that one, I could
probably resistant worms.
Hard underwear. That's to the chiral artist. Metals and ceramics. Live ants!
Don't remember why we need lav ants, but there they are.
Well, we can do this one just because we're going back to that area. Because once we go back to the distro center, we can go investigate the collector. So that is a go. But first, we have free ceramics. A fucking za! I think that'll be enough to actually finish this road. Both roads. Yeah, because there's only these two. This one just needs... This one doesn't actually need a full 800. This one needs 680. That one just needs a full 2400. So... Claim materials... It's chemicals... One of those... Ah, okay, we don't have enough. Son of a bitch. Well, it is what it is. I will probably just have to go beat up a... Sorry, Lucky's thinking. No, I know me. I would rather fucking finish the one that is almost done. Load on the truck. What's in my private locker? Not a lot.
Yeah, not down here anyway.
Then where?
Well, you know.
Did I just break down my fucking anti-BT gun and not get a new one?
Did it accidentally get dropped somewhere in the timefall?
It might have. It might have. Oh, wait, no, I think that I fought a BT with it. It got super rusty, and I was just all like, yeet. I do
that
that.
was the thing I was going to say next. Was my other thought was maybe you had it so long the condition deteriorated because, unfortunately, with weapons that are like on your tool rack, you don't keep them in boxes anymore, so they do eventually just wear out.
Why does it say I have 5 blood bags? Hey, buddy, about you here.
Do you have an extra blood bag?
Actually, buddy, about you, come on, move. We're going to South Distro. Oh no, I have one right here. Okay, it's in the back. Okay. Let's go, buddy bot. I like how it takes a knee. Dun 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 dun.
Order assigned.
All right, buddy bot, let's roll. My greatest disappointment is that buddy bot cannot ride with me. They talk about it. Buddy bot is pretty good on roads, but is not good at difficult terrain.
Beginning scan. Have a pleasant journey.
But he'll do his best. Look at him go. I bet Loth would love buddy bot.
Have a pleasant journey.
Come on, buddy bot. You got this.
Weapons restrictions lifted.
Alright, so we'll add these ceramics here. We'll just need
Oh,
another.
actually, that's another thing. I should give you another little tease you're going to love. Hey, guess what, Lucky?
What?
You can't overcommit resources anymore.
Oh, thank God!
The extras just magically teleport to your backpack.
Oh! I just have to less worry about math! That's so important! What's that? There's ceramics out there, but I don't want to fuck with them right now.
The time will take care of them.
The thing with Buddy Bot, though, is I wish I could be a little bit more controlling in his route. Because I can set him to do deliveries, but he just, you know, kind of takes the, you know, the shortest route. I was like, couldn't I just do, like, a waypoint system for him to follow or something?
I haven't seen the like delivery type drones like actually as a mechanic in 2 yet. I don't know because that is actually how like the route planner works for you, Sam. So maybe that will be how they do drone deliveries if you can do them. I've literally only just got like 3-ball porters back actually wandering around.
Cool.
And yes, I talked about the first backpack charm I got, which is the Porter logo, does actually show them to me on the world map. So if I wanted to, I could go flag them down and be like, "Hey, boys." You can do a little bit of tradesy stuff.
Oh yeah, no.
It's cool. I think you can do that in this too.
Yeah, you could definitely give things to porters, and I've had porters give things to me.
Yeah, I had my first little exchange with them in 2 when was I just saw them out by the city, and just they saw me, Sam Porter Bridges, walk down the front ramp of the Magellan, and were just like unhooked his fucking shoulder pack full of boots, and was just like, "What shoes?" And I'm like, "Sure, I'll take your shoes. Here, take these grenades." Drop it on the floor. You take one.
Oh, that's what I might have to do. I was trying to remember how to give them stuff. It's like, oh yeah, I should probably just put it on the ground.
Yeah, I think you take it out, offload it on the ground, and maybe you like say, "Hey."
I'll keep that in mind.
Makes me wonder. I should see if I can, because I don't know why. I mean, it might be because for boss fights and stuff they do spawn some weapons, but there's so many fucking guns in the like shared from other players' lockers. Just so many people just like didn't want to recycle their mazer handgun or something. I'm wondering now, should I like suck those all out and throw them at porters? Can I arm the local porters?
Do it.
Here, brother. Here's what you do. If you see a brigand, give him the Zapinator 5000.
No, chat, you are absolutely right. When I first saw Buddy Bot, my first fucking thought was Kerfer.
Kerfer can't get legs. Honestly, it's like, it's actual body I mean, we've talked before about how Kojima never throws out an idea. It's, the actual structure of Buddy Bot is it's just a Metal Gear Gecko, but small.
Yeah. And with a basket
like
on it,
a
with a basket
ball.
on top.
Yeah.
And it wears
instead
boots.
Of, like, the little like flat plate where they had like I think they had like the Geckos had like a couple of Brownings or something up there. big machine guns. It's just, yeah, you got a flat delivery rack. Which is, I think, effectively the same, like, asset. It's the same model as, like, the floating carriers. There's that little, like,
Yeah.
skeleton rig.
Scanning bridges ID. Verifying
Which, again, would actually be true to life if all this stuff is being, like, 3D printed. You know, chiral printers can print
all clear.
with materials we can't really 3D print with in real life, but if you had the blueprints for just, you know, the computer-assisted design for just a cargo rack, you would just reuse the cargo rack. You wouldn't, you know, invent a whole new cargo rack rig. It's a medium package for ant samples. Jeez.
It's a lot of
Me,
ants!
brother. I don't remember what he's going to use the ants for, but, you know, have at it.
Good work.
Alright, so let's store the truck. Actually, let's get rid of this one. Vanish! Buddy bot?
Don't mind me.
Where the fuck are you?
He's in the river?
Buddy bot? Ha!
Did he not get on the overpass? He miss his turn?
He'll make it. You know what? I'll take a break. I'll take a break. By the time I get here, after I get done with the break, Buddy Ball will be here and everything will be fine. Everything will be fine. Alright, we're not gonna overstay our welcome here. See, he made it. All's good.
Yay.
All right, buddy, but I need you to hang out here. Go get... Well, actually, you're fine. I like this. He just stands on it. Bye. Okie dokie. So, let us grab some stuff to do a bit of exploring. Climbing gear, container spray. Do I not have my chiral ladder? Oh, here they are. Let's bring 2 of them.
I almost phrased that as delicious chiral ladders.
No.
They're actually delicious.
No, I was about to say, you know, that beautiful golden seasoning, and I'm just all like, no, probably actually not, no. Container spray. We'll keep the anchors on there on my back. I do need a new BT gun, though. They are just... You never know when you're gonna have to fight a fucking BT.
This is another thing that, like, just, again, streamlining all the weapons to be, you start with MP ammo, and, like, a normal assault rifle, even, is just, like, yeah, no, that means you can just carry that on your tool rack, and if you, even if you are a player who avoids combat, if you get into combat, you have something, you know?
Yeah. Actually, where'd my bullet gun go? Is it still in my inventory?
Or you can be like me and just be like, you know...
Oh, there it is on my tool rack. Okay.
Big bore handgun in holster, trank rifle in the tool rack, and be like, I wish a brigand would. I dare you. I double dog dare you.
Fine.
Break that shit down. Oh, he's putting him in the pouch. He's pouching him.
I'm pouching them. I don't... Never, like... It's just one of those things of all like, yeah, I don't use them, but I have them. I don't know. Maybe magically one day I'll fucking want to use them. I don't know. Alright, but we're ready for adventure. Got climbing anchor,
Forge.
ladders, spray, gun, rope gun, super boots, super grenades, remote grenades, blood bags. Oh, actually, no. I should probably replace that. Nah, it got one last tour on it.
Beginning scan. Have a pleasant journey. Restrictions lifted.
So first things first, let's see if I can figure out. Where the damn collector is. He's somewhere down in this damn ravine system.
Yep.
There's actually a
Did you
couple
max out
ravines in
junk
the
dealer?
area, so... Oh, wait, no, he's definitely not going to be down until we get into this area, though. I should mention, so we should probably keep moving.
Yeah.
Speed!
Did the director and junk dealer all up? I think he did.
Yeah, no, junk dealer's good, all those people are good. I would not mind
But that
taking
card was up
those ceramics, though, if I can get up there. Sam, you can climb better than that. There we go.
There we go. It is a little mossy.
Bruh! Everything's okay. Let's see what other fun things we find. Oh, there's a regular ass ladder. That could be useful.
Always good when you find some free stuff. I forgot there's like a little almost land bridge.
Yeah, no, you can totally jump that one, which I think is the intent. Cause yeah, no, we are like right next to the
Oh, there he is.
Oh shit, he is right there. We just need to get in. Oh, he's in the mule. Interesting. And he does have an order available. Interesting.
That is outside the coverage, though. He's right up there.
Let's see here. Actually, I don't know if this actually goes around to him. Oh, wait, maybe it does.
It's the icon, so it kind of looks like it.
Grass to hide in. There it is. Vehicle destroyed by considerate BT.
Yeah, they have cargo scanners and stuff down here, but I don't know if those guys will actually, like, get down here.
I don't think they will. There was a bit of a turn earlier that I could have taken. I didn't, though. But yeah, I think we're gonna have to swing back a little. That also might have to. I also might have to do an over. No, there should be a way to get down here from the bottom. I just don't know if these, like, if this ravine is connected to the other ravines. Right, press it right. Speed lines. Or no, this goes back up. Okay.
Oh, that works.
Yeah, because then we... Should be right around... I think we're almost on top. Yeah, we're on top of them, so...
Yeah, I think it's just in that gap right there.
Ah, yes, that's what it is. It's a double gap.
Right, yeah, he's got a little shelf. Okay, so that's probably a couple climbing anchors?
At least a climbing anchor and probably a maybe a ladder down below.
Ladder also good.
Maybe I can't stick it in, you know, hard rock. Which, wait, nope.
Is it, like, too close to his shelter, technically, right there?
It just says obstacle detected, like...
I mean, you got fucking, what is it, like, 20 meters of rope?
Should be 30. I guess maybe because it's not level enough?
No, I do feel like it. It kind of corresponds to where his...
You know what, I'm not a bitch.
If you look down in there, you can see his...
Yeah, hang on. We got this, Sam. Do it! Brace!
If you didn't like that?
He did not like that. But remember, C. Remember, BB, we're not a bitch. We have ankles of steel, baby.
Someone's happy.
Yeah, so we ran right past this.
Yeah, it's because there's not really a good way to get up in there.
Graffiti.
Yeah, the person the collector's based off, visually based off of, is a former editor of Famitsu. I think.
We will try this rope for now. Because if I remember correctly, yeah, no, I think that... I could be wrong, but I think that even a normal ladder doesn't necessarily have the height here, so you gotta get a little weird with it.
Yeah, I think you'd have to, like...
Let me double check this. Yeah, no, it's like very...
Almost, but not quite.
Like, I'm pretty sure I can finagle something, but no, I think the climbing anchor should do it for now. For now. So let's grab rope. Like, if you do two ladders, like one up to that shelf right there and then one to there, I think everything may be Gucci, but... Toss behind.
Beginning scan. Scanning bridges ID. Fragile Express ID verified.
Oh yeah, look, he's just got books and
All weapons
stuff
will be locked until
just
departure. All clear.
everywhere.
Welcome, Sam Porter Bridge.
But take on order, standard owner. Ah, yes, that's right. Old game console stolen by mules. Very well.
That means it's time to bully some mules.
Here, I'm gonna need you to hold this for me. Same with that. These two.
Order assigned.
Bola gun, my beloved. Wait, what's on my back still? Tool rack. Oh, the climbing anchor. Duh. Makes sense.
Weapons restrictions lifted.
Yeah, let's head back the way we came. Frankly, I'll stick to the, you know, the darkness of the ravine here.
And like I said, they have scanners down here in their stealth spots, but like, I don't think they have ladders or climbing anchors. So what are they gonna do? Throw sticks at you?
Probably throw sticks at me badly. Where's my rope? There's my rope.
Like, I don't know. If I was a mule and I saw Sam Porter Bridges with a level 3 speed skeleton, by the way, just dead ass running through the ravine below my camp, I would just be like, you know what? The dopamine hit's not enough for this. I'm not gonna bother with that. You're gonna fall down there and break your damn neck.
Alright, since this is a mule camp, let me see.
Here's to climbing posture, Sam.
Again, watchtowers are useful, but I always never feel like I use them enough. As my usual strategy is just run in there and find out what they have as you punch them all. Lucky is too aggressive for his own good.
I mean, Death Stranding 2 had me build a watchtower, but
Verifying ID.
I have not built a new one since. Honestly, they don't.
All weapons will be locked until departure.
Hey, what's up, fam?
Go verify.
Hey, brothers.
You know what you guys need? You need some likes.
Thanks for the help. This one's for you.
My guy's offering you a free bola gun.
Oh shit, thanks.
Automatic grenades.
You know what you guys need? You guys need a you need an anti BT gun. That's what you need.
You put it back in your backpack.
God damn it. It's for you guys. Take that shit. They're looking at it. They're like, yeah. Oh, that was the container repair spray. Well, you guys are gonna need that too. Rad.
Contaminating suit. All clear. Welcome, Sam Porter Bridges.
So I want to grab the van because I want to loot. Also, game, why can't I put a bolo gun on my fucking battle bot? Well, on my my buddy bot. Turn him into a battle bot. Alright. Truck, get. Let's make sure. Sticky guns are fun, but they're not actually useful, which is the pain in the dick. We're not gonna need this anymore. Nah, we're not gonna need the freaking container spray. Got the remote bombs, we'll be good. Also, I gotta figure out where to get the goddamn Upgrade for pneumatic grenades. Want you to be the fucking collector? Okay.
Could be, who knows? But yeah, your boy Craftsman was just like gave you the custom ones.
I have been using them. I do try to make deliveries there every so often just so I can get more. I do like them.
They're good, but it would be nice if you could just get like level 2s and fab them.
Yeah, yeah. What's this? We have a mule problem.
Weapons restrictions lifted.
Should probably upgrade this bridge at some point. I do use this path a lot. Is it just metals and power crystals? Yeah, I can do that easy. Easy peasy, lemon fucking squeezy. Should have grabbed the stuff on the way over. Alrighty. This scene. Oh wait, no. I want to get over the initial ravine there before I do an attack. So like. Right in. Right in. Alrighty. Snake, you gotta sneak that shit. Okay. Bola gun, my beloved.
Yeah, see, like this is where we'd be in 2 with the sniper rifle. I'd stay up on that ridge behind him and just be like, oop. Though again, I haven't run into anybody with machine gun nests just yet, so that may require special planning. Just take like the laziest loot ever.
Maybe.
Oh, he's checking the tires. Okay, that makes more sense.
Looks like we got a lot of special items here, which is not exactly what I need, but it's good to know. I do think each camp usually has like something specific to it, whether that be metal, ceramic, special alloys.
Yeah, I haven't noticed that. Like, they do have stockpiles of resources in 2, but they're smaller. I think they kind of, like, replace that function with the mine because that makes much more sense.
Beefy's trying to protect Sam! What? Oh shit, the Odatech is fucking deflecting bullets!
Yeah,
What?
He's saying it right there, yeah. It can block attacks on Sam or his cargo.
Okay, that actually worked. I missed.
Yeah, you missed him in the smoke, but that's okay. He didn't see shit either. There you go. Got him with the double. Careful, you drop your roller gun. Or rather, the guy shot him off your back.
I'm sorry, that's rad.
Hell yeah,
That's rad
baby.
as fuck.
Get his ass. We need to put a mazer on the other deck. BB shooting fucking laser beams. Brother, where are you aiming? That is.
Don't run into the electrical fender, you idiots! Like, oh, it's my turn on the fucking. It's not my turn on the fucking machine gun.
What the fuck is that other guy? What are these guys doing? They're like.
They're running for the machine gun. They're like they're programmed to prioritize getting on the nest.
I guess it was very silly that like they looked dead at you. That like one of those guys had you dead to rights. But like, if they were using real guns, hell, I mean, if you're using rubber bullets, even, you were like 5 feet away. Could have just mag guns on you. They're like, no, we got to get the big one. Just like our buddy jumped right into the shock trap.
Oh man, I kind of wish that the Odatech, deflecting bullet was fucking more common. This makes me slightly sad.
Interesting. It says it'll happen when you get into a fight while BB's mood's very high. There's a couple of ways you can try and set that up.
Guess what he was running for? It's very dumb. I'm just saying that.
I mean, that guy at least, you like popped up. He like had to traverse through a field of. I'm not sure what kind of stuff that is. Woo!
God.
Sam, give him a 1-4.
You should have just grabbed something and smacked him with it. Who's left? It says there's some people left, but I don't see anybody. Also, I'm not too keen on grabbing just a bunch of the special materials. There's probably some dudes further out. I would believe.
I mean, if you wanted to, you could steal them and put them in material stores, but I don't think we need to. You do got a truck.
Oh, the dude's down here. This guy's down in the ravine.
Inside the ravine, yeah. Not the same ravine, but down in the ravine.
Wait, wrong one. Wait, where's my dude? Am I out?
Because you're out. Yeah, you used all 5.
Oh, I thought I had 2 remote. I must have forgotten to grab another one. No, that's fine. Let's see where this guy runs off to. Oh, you lucky.
Did I hear the unmistakable twang of a bolo gun behind me?
Yes. Get stunned! Is that all of them? Yes. Okay, finally. Fuck. All we were doing was actually just playing a very, very intense game of tag. And I was it. Whoo!
Did you double jump?
I kind of did, yep. That hurt. That hurt.
Yeah, that's gonna spoil BB's mood.
Yeah.
He was having fun until you fell 30 feet.
We're fine. I just made a bad jump. Listen, if I hadn't have fucking slipped there at the very end, probably been okay. Probably. How'd these guys get out? Follow his tracks here. Here we go.
Oh, I think I see a mule package that says remote stun bomb.
Do you? Oh, now they don't want to fucking tell me what shit is. Special alloys, sticky gun, whatever.
You'll come. You have to come back. Big jumps.
in the box. Let's see here. Machine oil? No. Elder? No. Junk dealer? No. Power skeleton? No. Sticky gum? Ceramic? Sure. Let's grab that. I was hoping this would be a ceramic camp or maybe even a chemical camp. Special alloy camp, which is needed. I do think the special alloys were unlocked around this area. Probably means that the chemical camp is probably up north past junk dealer, William Lake, meal books, regular ass stun bombs, launch of special alloys. No. Carry on back. Is that all of it? I'm not getting the indicator anymore. Special alloys. Oh, there is a remote stun bomb. Booyah! Thank you, Omega. You were correct.
Ah, 10. It's like I thought I saw him somewhere.
Steal this container repair spray as well. And you know what? Sure, give me this PCC. Oh, and these chemicals. Right now, I mostly need chemicals and ceramics. The big C, if you will. Yeah, I didn't even need to bring my truck. That's life. Oh, that's right. I should put a fucking sign next to where the, collector is, so I don't just run past him because I don't see the damn line.
Sounds so useful.
Nobody out here but us damn fools.
No, I'm trying to remember how I do some of the moves, because you can do like a flying knee. You can also do a fucking an exploder kick. You know, where you're two boots forward, and then Sam there was doing the just a full-on body slam, I guess, for lack of a better word.
Yeah, that's even what the prompt was. I think flying knee, because you did some earlier back in the East Coast. I think that's you got to jump and then try and melee.
Yeah, and I think like I have to like double tap melee to do the exploder. I don't know. Figure it out.
And it seems like the body slam was just sprint.
Sprint. I hit circle for that one. Let's see here. Do I want to go down? Can I make it a? Well, probably can't make much of a path, but we'll see about just driving on the outskirts here. Oh wait, no, my fucking anchor's down below. That's right. Careful. Careful. We'll just leave it here.
Because they dinged up the bumper, but honestly, the truck doesn't really have much of a bumper. Which seems like a slight oversight.
Ah, quality
Tap X to
soil.
repel down faster.
The what?
So can you like tap X to repel down faster?
Actually, I don't know. I haven't tried. I should try. Not gonna sprint. Gonna save some battery. Actually, I wonder if I could put a ladder from the top. That might be worth it. Oh, speaking of that.
Probably that you're gonna have to aim it a little, because
Let's try it.
the way the ladders work. You could use your climbing anchor to climb up and then do a ladder from that second level for sure. Oh, Sam needs a breather after beating the shit out of those guys.
Yeah.
Alright, well, we're jogging at a sitting pace. I will step away real quick.
Righto.
We're going for almost 45. Time flies when you're beating up wheels.
You know, I can do this little kick there. Okay, where's the path? Oh, here's my climbing anchor. You know? There it is. Nice and highlighted. But what we do here is we create sign, and we say go up. Can I put that a little bit closer to the wall? Let's get it in there. There we go. That's better. Go up. And let's, actually, what other signs do we got here? Nah, we'll leave it. Just that one's good enough. Whoop. Twisted a little there, but we're fine. We're fine. We're fine. We're fine. We're fine. Come on, Sam. You got this. And then release rope. It's behind me. Right there looks like it's pretty good. So... God, that's so much more ladder than I need. It annoys me in a little bit. How much can I back up? How much can I back up? Can I back up a little bit? Yeah, that just seems dumb to do it over there. Well, you know what? Let's test it. Let's test. Let's see what happens if it's all the way up. Let's go up. Yeah, you can't just, you know, pop off the side. You have to use the full length. That's so dumb.
It's not very good. I think we fixed that a little bit too.
Oh! Really, me?
Get it together, man.
I hit X and I just completely jumped off the damn thing.
Beginning scan. Scanning bridges ID. Fragile Express ID verified. Weapons detected. All weapons will be locked until departure. Cargo verified. Thank you.
That's gonna damage the fucking cargo! All that. Son of a fucking bitch.
Hello. A few imperfections.
Yeah, sorry. I kind of just, you know, decided to do something stupid, like right outside your front step.
I mean, I would be like, yeah, my guy, you live in a hole.
God.
It's a little tough to get here. I don't know how you leave. I don't leave, Sam. That's the point.
Should I
It's like,
require
yep. Shit.
good work? New order.
Sorry, I'm just mad about this now.
Famitsu.
Well, this one should be pretty easy. I can fucking just do that. Fucking.
I do like that. Like, it's a cute detail that, like, for this guy who you just kind of like, whatchamacallit, like randomly stumbled on. The game kind of informed you about, but is just kind of here randomly. His orders are not like,
Order assigned.
sending stuff to other people. It's like, hey, can you go pick some shit up for me?
Weapons
Yeah.
restrictions.
Can you go down to the corner and get me some milk? And by milk, I mean Famitsu magazine.
Let's just go pick up the goddamn truck. Drop that off. Yeah, it says square to release rope. What happens if I hit X? Nothing happens when I hit X. There goes the end. Just straight up. Cool. Come back down.
Wow, that was not a quality of life feature I was expecting 2 to have, but it does.
Oh, what's up?
You go up and down ropes faster.
Oh, okay.
It's like, they add that just for 2? When I saw you using it earlier. Yeah, no, they'll prompt you to do X to repel or climb faster.
Ah, another ladder. Like, maybe you want... I think they literally are putting those ladders there just so you can get up to the collector. Just run to the van. Lucky's still slightly mad that I was literally at the finish line and I fumbled it because I was experimenting. Blech. Axe seems very, very weirded out that I have bridge links.
Well, if you tuned into the stream a little earlier, yes, Lucky did talk about that he got him by experimentally going online at the East Coast.
Beginning scan. Scanning bridges ID.
I think the number has been pretty flat most of the streams.
Oh no, it's been 0 up until this stream.
Locked until depart. Decontaminating soon. All clear. Welcome, Sam Porter Bridges.
Here now, where are the magazines? I'm lost. Oh, there we go.
So,
Again, just because I randomly fucking bit it. Ah.
no shame. Good work. New order available.
Like he's getting slightly mad about this. Yes, I know. Yeah, see, I did have another remote stun bomb. Why wasn't it being brought up in my radio menu?
No, isn't that the one you picked up?
No, the one I picked
Or was
up
that-
is
no, it's
here.
in your backpack, right? Yeah, it's really weird.
Yeah, hold that thought real quick, guys.
You know that if you back out all the way, you're gonna get that note about the private locker. Yeah. They really want you to pick up his magazines.
Yeah, it's not in the...
Down there?
Oh, there it is. I have to switch pages. That's what it is. Okay.
Oh, you page it. Nah, that's another thing. Two's UI is way better about. We've got too many things.
Well, yeah, this is the thing that I actually, like, bugs me. Like, every item is its own individual. I rather, instead of just having, like, 3 stacks of, 3 stacks of 5 hermetic grenades, I would just have, like, 1 big stack of 15, and you just pull from the devices as needed. It sounds, like,
I mean, I think they could do it that way, but I think they want to do it this way, where it's like each distinct package has it that way, so that you can, like, okay, I'm pulling from the ones that are on my grenade pouch. These ones are on my belt. I don't want to pull from these, kind of a thing, or
The smoke grenade was not
reorganize
useless,
them in
but
your package.
I think I'd rather
It's
have
not
just like
useless, but it's not super good. Yeah.
I think I'd rather have just like throw in like 3 remote stun bombs and 3 hematic grenades. That would probably be best for me.
But like I said, 2 redoes that radial a little different. So you like each like category of thing is like a different section, and then you use shoulder buttons to scroll. So like throwable secondary weapons like grenades will be in one corner.
Yeah,
It also, like I said, has a feature that I really like, which is just there's a hotkey shortcut for unload all, empty items. So, if you're in a boss fight and you've used, 4 things for grenades and 2 blood bags, you can just be like, throw that shit on the ground.
Yeet!
Get out of here. Also, as cute as that little menu is about, oh, thank you for contributing, we cut that out of the sequel as well. When you store items, you just store them.
What's that? Is that my BT? Oh, it is my BT. Oh, that's right, because I used auto, and auto was all like, I'm going to put everything everywhere else. All right, where's my... Put that in grenade pouch. Attach to suit. I can also...
The auto sort of really liked, especially pre-exoskeleton, to like put small packages like on your shoulders or something.
I mean, I kind of guess that's what it's for, but I like actually having my equipment on my shoulder and putting, cargo on my back. Like...
Well, yeah, because I think actually stuff that's in like those first couple slots in your backpack, where it's covered, which the sequel actually like lets you know about. Like it actually says what slots are like strapped into the backpack.
Oh no,
Like,
it does that
I think
here
they, like,
too.
wear and tear less. Okay.
Let me find the where's my back? Oh yeah, like
Oh,
attach.
you can't see it because we're in.
Oh, that's right. We're in the wrong thing for it. Derp.
Yeah, we're in the wrong menu. But yeah, no, there's still that little highlight. So it's like I think items are like safer and less likely to get damaged in the backpack. So it's like, why would I put them on my shoulders? Put my crap on my shoulders,
Oh, I'm in the recycle menu like a dumbass. That's why. Private locker.
Yeah, no, private lock.
Blood bag. 'Cause I want to add a new blood bag to my utility pouch. Yeah, see, like right here, you see that little icon to the left of the between the checkbox and that? Yeah, that's what indicates that they're in the backpack.
It's funny, they have a slightly different icon in 2.
Yeah, like see these icons are says where they're attached to on the shoulder.
Which shoulder. Yeah.
Oh yes, I want to get another remote stun bomb because I do like them. I have to hit square to use them, but they're also sticky. And Lucky loves them sticky bombs.
I mean, yeah, they stay where you throw them. That's perfectly fine.
Brain? Oh, fabricate. That's where I'm going.
I say it's kind of a slight shame that for us, Halo 4 was the bugged mission was the one that had the sticky detonator.
Oh yeah. Yeah, if you haven't noticed, I have the large grenade pouches, which is basically 2x2, but you each can carry 3 grenades in it. So it's quite useful. Garage. Store the truck.
Storing.
That's something I'm going to be interested to see, because, like I said, Sam just starts with 2 small grenade pouches like on his body at all times in the sequel. I'm kind of curious if the game will let me get more slots. Because I've unlocked, lots of backpack accessories like the large ammo pouch and the large ammo pouch level 2.
Honestly, I feel like what's starting with guns, the large ammo pouch is probably a lot more needed off the bat than the grenade.
Yeah, because like I said, you get 2 for free, like by default. Like along with Sam's like handgun holster, he always has 2 grenade slots. So like I just keep a couple blood grenades in there, just in case.
Just in case,
Kind of a thing.
skis.
And it's also like I don't know if they have like because there are MP throwable grenades, so I don't know if you get like the remote shock style grenades later either. That might be an upgrade later, but it's one of those things that feels like a lot less needed because you can very quickly
Yeah!
hell yeah.
Beginning scan.
But you can very quickly, like, in-game, get not only to, carrying multiple guns, so, like, you just... Like, throwing the stun bombs at those guys in those gun emplacements would be... You would just shoot them. You would
Bang.
just shoot them in the face.
Bang.
Their face is exposed. But also, like I said, you can very quickly get to the level 2, which it has an underbarrel grenade launcher, which would also just be like, okay, Big Bang. Fallen Conscious. So yeah, it's like it's just really interesting what a little rebalancing of progression can do. Like, I like Death Stranding 1 a lot, and I don't think there's necessarily like it's wrong the order they do things in, and I do think that the director's cut has cleaned up a little bit of that with like giving you the maser gun early and the like the like I don't even remember what they called the basic exoskeleton, but like that simple skeleton.
Yeah, the support skeleton.
Like right at the gate. Yeah, support, that's right. Like, that gives you more tools while you're still on the first map to start, like, engaging with the game's mechanics. But 2, like, I don't know, it just seems like they really reprioritized what you get when, and it's like, yeah, you just have tools right out the gate. Start figuring stuff out,
Well, I think, like, in a certain way, it makes sense. Death Stranding 1 is all, kind of figure this shit out as we go, which is a little weird, in my opinion, as we decided this moment right now to, figure all this stuff. But, so we're, like, getting technologies for, like, the first time. Sam's blood being used to fight BTs, getting the Carla network online so people can have access to, these printed guns and all that stuff. And so it makes sense, and like in a new game, like as long as nothing has completely gone to shit, that there's no reason why you wouldn't have those things right off the bat.
Fragile Express ID verified. Weapons detected.
Yeah, like literally, I'm pretty sure because, like I said, you start with the loadout for MP assault rifle and maser handgun. I'm pretty sure, like I said, Fragile shows up at your doorstep and is like, "Hey Sam, got a job for you." I think she hands you a couple of guns and clips them to your belt, and you're like, "Okay."
I suppose you've peaked. However, as I trust.
That's fine, fam.
We're keeping you up.
Kind of hoping that the mule one is restarted again so I can go and fucking get it again, get the stuff. Alright, we are partially on the network. Emergency yellow.
It's done then. I will be I knew. Take care. Good work. New order available.
Let's see what he got now.
Tactical action games stolen by mules. What did Porter and Mules reference to?
The junk dealer. Honestly, I could probably just run to the junk dealer. Wouldn't be that hard. And this one I haven't completed.
Yeah, it's a new one. It's tactical action game stolen by mules. It is funny, but I do appreciate that, like, even though we live in this, like, not just digital, but like supernaturally digital future.
Weapons restrictions lifted.
You know, because like using the chiral network and stuff is like literally outside of time and bullshit. You know, rerouting. Running BitTorrent through the afterlife. People still appreciate like physical media. Like you don't want to like feed your books into the chiral printer, you know, so you can replicate them, kind of thing.
You know, I think that's one of those things, like, about, as humans, there's always going to be people who, like, you know, value or remember, like, always. It's like me, like, even though, like, we have been pushing for, like, more digital distribution and, you know, some games just do not, even big games do not necessarily have a physical release. You know, I still try my best to get physical release, and there are companies out there that will, you know, even if the game doesn't have a physical release, they'll do their own physical release of the game. Like they'll put forth like production costs and stuff. Like Limited Run Games, I know does one. And I think there's a couple others. So no, there's people out there that, you know, still value physical media, whether it's a mean as just nostalgia or just a means of preservation.
Well, yeah, and it means that you always have access to it. Like,
Yeah.
I don't, you know, there's no, like, commentary on it, so I can't read in too much if, you know, Hideo Kojima and the other, like, writers and developers in the game mean anything by it. But, like, there are still those deliveries in Death Stranding, too. Like, there are several standard deliveries which are, like, you know, oh, deliver, you know, Porter-themed movies, and they, like, show, like, you know, DVDs or Blu-ray discs, you know, as the order icon, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it's just, like, I mean, I know he does like to buy, you know, Blu-rays and stuff. And certainly they can be a little expensive, but they're still, like, it is good to physically have it, because that means that if, you know, your network is down, you know, in real life because of bad weather or because somebody's fucking with the tar currents, Sam.
Is someone fucking with the tar currents?
Yes, that happened. Also, there were some bandits who had a chiral jammer. That was weird. They sent me in there to go shut it down. That one was funny because that was a technically optional stealth. You could just walk right up next to it and hack it, or you could blow it up from a distance.
What was your method?
Oh, I was. They said that brigand camp. That was the guys I mentioned earlier who had like armored faceplates and chest armor. So they try to run up close to you. They even say explicitly, you're told, Sam, they don't have any ranged weapons. They're gonna try and get up to close quarters and beat you up. So I was like, okay. I just shot them all from a distance with my trank sniper and, you know, walked up and turned it off.
Let's swim by the gym. There's a lot of juice here. I could cut through.
But
Well,
yeah,
I'll
no,
cut
like,
through. I'll cut through
you're
the
still
camp on
doing
the
your-
way back.
Still doing media deliveries, you know. And it's like technically you can probably like share like you know, you talk about sharing like the blueprints and the plans for like gear on the network all the time. So yeah, you probably could just share movies, but you know, it's not quite the same as to have your, you know, your discs and stuff. And certainly, you know, that means you can use even if you are networked up, you can use, you know, non-networked devices if you have access to your physical media.
Safe travels.
Bridges guard. Macho. Yeah, let's go with Macho. Let's head this way.
Yeah, Higgs. Like I said in my description, all my homies hate Higgs. All my homies love pizza. Timefall for cargo way out here.
Yeah, it'd be that way sometimes.
That's always a really funny one. Like, it makes sense when you see Lost Cargo, like, clustered right around it, but there are times, even in Death Stranding 2, where, you know, I'm up in the middle of the fucking mountains, the hills in Australia, and it's just like, what? This cargo goes to that guy who lives on the other fucking mountain? I have to cross a whole river valley to get to that guy's house? What, did the porter just you know, drop it under the old kookaburra tree here.
Oh, there's a memory stick I
Begin
forgot about
scanning.
here.
Scanning bridges ID. Verifying
interesting.
ID.
You could, like,
Weapons
drop it off.
detected. All weapons will be locked.
I don't think I
until
would
the
have missed it that many times.
I know you, the whatchamacallits, the pyro infected cargo like does respawn because I know you picked that up and threw that away.
You took
Yeah, the first BT boss is fun. Big tentacles.
that's
Yeah, I could always use another pyro ladder, even though I have not used a single one that you have given me so far. Sure. Well, you say nade spam central, but that's your only choice. Your only option is to continuously throw grenades at it.
Yeah, you literally can't unlock the anti-BT handgun until the second area.
Order available. Please access delivery.
I also believe you can't access. I know you like. Do you even have the upgrade to the bolo gun where you can mix your blood in?
No, the bolo gun starts with that.
Okay.
But they only works on it only works on
Yeah, wandering BTs.
yeah, the wandering BTs. It does dick all to the big guns.
I mean, it kind of makes sense. How would you wrap it with the cord?
No, you just kind of slap them in the face, and they're just all like, "What was that?" And I'm just like, "I don't know." All right, but let's see here. Yeah, no, it'd be faster just to cut across here. Let's just hope I don't fall in a goddamn ravine. That's the main reason I don't like this area, is just because be lucky, be running around, just la-di-da-di-da, I'm just crossing the area. Ah! Let's see. Ooh, I want those ceramics though. Yoink. That was the opposite of yoink.
There you go. Now you yoinked it.
Are these guys back up already? Let's see.
Did you rest?
I did. No, they're still passed out on the ground over there.
Okay, they're lying on the ground. All right.
I was just curious. I was concerned because of the scanner. All right, what's in the box? Old media. No, this is stuff that was in there last time. They just magically got more stuff somehow.
Well, you know, you take a couple things out, and then some guy goes, "Oh, who's left?"
I think this is one of the main reasons why I really like the all-terrain skeleton, because you don't fucking you don't trip and slide as much.
Not tripping and sliding is very important. Yeah, because you know, we've talked about this before. It is probably pretty real that, you know, you trip over a rock and you almost eat shit, but like, Sam's method of eating shit or avoiding eating shit can be very, like, very stilted, very video gamey, still a little bit.
1 second, guys. Offload. Get all those in the backpack. And then put those on me back. Guys! It... Okay, there, balanced. That's the only thing should be. Is that everything? Yes, it looks like everything. I'm definitely seeing the rest on my speed skeleton, though. Definitely might be time to swap it out. Same with boots. Let's see here.
Yeah.
I should be able to get this. We will not jump down. Instead, we're going to find Sound path is right here. Wait, no, that's still a little high. Shimmy on up. Throw that line behind.
Beginning scan. Scanning bridges ID. Verifying ID. Click.
Tactical action games.
If there was such... Alright, take care.
Good work. New order.
Papa again, Porter and Mule. Is it like Chutes and Ladders? Yeah, so I can't do that other one. Actually, let's see. What do you got for materials, my dude? Not a lot. Not a lot. Well, let's take all this back at least. Bruh. Look at me, I'm 3 ladders, bridges. I have to go find some guys to deliver some stuff to him, I suppose.
Weapons restrictions lifted.
I wish I had a raincoat. Well, actually, I guess the bridges thing, the bridges uniform is a raincoat. It protects me from the timefall. Honestly, I don't know how.
Yeah, no, I mean, especially that's something in 2 with, like, the open cab of the trucks and, like, riding on the monorail. I'm like, Sam, how do you not splash it on your face? Hell, just... I don't think Sam changes his posture when you're riding on a trike. Like, what if you're going uphill? How does it not get in your face? It should have a face-covering mask. But obviously, it's just like TV casting. Of course the mask doesn't cover Norman Reedus' face. Because, you know, the director cast him for a reason, and Norman Reedus is here to be seen, so you gotta see his face. You can cover his face with funny sunglasses and a cool hat, but he's still under there.
I do know later in the game you get an oxygen mask, which is like a literal full fucking hood.
Yeah, you can get some options for that, but yeah.
But no, like the little hood comes up and everything, and you're like, cool, this does not actually protect you.
Yeah, like the geometry of like Fragile's umbrella is like better at like breaking up the rainfall so it doesn't actually get on you. Just the hoods you have. And like you can see like when you see generic porters up close, they've got the whole shebang. Like they're wearing like a balaclava too, so like everything I think with like the little oval around their eyes is covered. But you know, not everybody can be Pedro Pascal, who, when playing The Mandalorian, had to fight the directors when they wanted to take his helmet off. I mean, one time in the first season for an emotional beat, and he was like, "Man, I don't know. Isn't the whole point that I don't take my fucking helmet off?"
I mean, shout out to Pedro Pascal. I think the Mandalorian was better for it.
Oh no, and like I still don't think they have him take his helmet off very much. It's just like But you know that like Pedro Pascal's a real one because like he was like, no, genuinely, like I would not want to be taking my helmet off. Like, should I be doing that? You know, kind of like he's asking the character notes. Meanwhile, just for comparison, for like some people tried a little bit of revisionism, but I think everybody shot him down. But one of the many reasons why people derided the Paramount Plus Halo show was that the guy they got to play Master Chief couldn't stop taking his fucking helmet off. And lucky you've played, you know, like, yeah, it's 4 games with Chief. Did Chief ever take his fucking hat off?
No. I figure free
He
gold.
only does that at the end of the game. And you never see.
You know what you guys need?
Like, the Spartan 3s and Reach take their helmets off a lot, but they're literally supposed to be different. Like, they have a different vibe. Also, the really funny thing is, I don't know if this was just, like, a limitation of their, like, special effects team, but, like, the visors that Spartans and ODSTs have are, like, made of a smart material or something. They polarize. So, like, you even saw it, you probably don't remember, but you could see it in the ODST commercial they did, where the visors would, like, polarize down so you could see the guy's face inside. So, like, in universe, you're supposed to be able to, like, you could just leave the helmet on, but switch it so you can, like, see his eyes. Yeah, memory chip data. What was in that one? Let's see.
Yeah, let's see here. Mom, it's a bike.
The great deliver.
Or wait, does she do bikes? I forget.
Yeah, Mama's bikes.
The Triumph Street
Triple
Triple RS.
Triple RS.
Thank you for your contribution.
I don't recall that one, yeah.
First, let's recycle what we can here.
I mean, I also think it's not just the celebrity power, though. I think that is part of the vibe is the casting, but also Kojima just likes putting people's faces in his games. Like I said, the collector we've seen earlier, that's like a former chief editor at Famitsu. You know, there's one of the founders of Guerrilla in here.
Junji Ito.
There's
Jeff
Junji
Keighley.
Ito. Yeah, Jeff Keighley. Conan O'Brien's in here.
Yeah. Fashion models. I want to know how the fashion model got in here. That's the weird one to me.
Yeah, some of them are just, I think, like, definitely, like, a couple of people in Death Stranding 2 for sure were cast just because, like, Hideo Kojima saw them do, like, some photo shoot promos on Twitter and was like, oh, they look really good. The camera, you know, they've got a great mise en scene and shit. Let's get him in the game. But, you know, his social media ramp pre-Death Stranding 1 was a little different, so I don't know. It may be that, like, I would assume that a couple of them are just, you know, especially if they're from Japan, like, we talked about this, you know, the chiral artist she's, you know, British Japanese and is both a model and a photographer. I'm sure he was just familiar with her work because he probably saw her do, like, press stuff in Japan or some other function.
Yeah, no, I think there's like a model and I
modeling.
think there's another model and photographer in Death Stranding too. Because I remember Kojima retweeting her when she said, "Yeah, I was happy to play her name as it was the kind of funny joke about it." But I also think there's like a couple bands
Yeah, I think
in
that
there.
was that Lauren Tsai? I think it was.
Yeah, it was Lauren. It was Lauren Tsai. Yeah.
Yeah, because she's the artist, but she is just herself in the game.
Yeah.
Like I said, everybody has their names under their shelters, so you just go to the artist, and it's like, the artist, one resident, Lauren Tsai.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think after the game came out, she tweeted, so excited to play the role of Lauren Tsai in Death Stranding 2.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, there's definitely a couple of stuff. Like I said, I can't remember. Let me actually Google it.
All right, let's see. Do I have enough to finish that last road now? Claim materials. Barely.
Yeah, the musician in Death Stranding 1 is Daichi Miura. And then in 2...
That's right, it was Daichi Miura.
In 2, they have the musician, and it's just a straight-up Gen Hoshino who did the music that the musician gives you anyway. He's just in the game now. And like I said, One of his things is just whenever you do a delivery for him, or get his star level up, he's just like, "Hey Sam, check out this new music track. I found this on the Chiral Network. You gotta check this shit out." And like I said, that's just like that's just the Kojima style vibe. Fucking the chef you run into who sets you on the path to Pecora, which is another case of Hideo Kojima just was like, this VTuber is pretty cool. But that's famous director Mamoru Oshii.
Yeah, no, he's the fight scene that he gets in with Sam is, I think, actually was directed by him, if I remember correctly.
I would totally believe that. Like Hideo Kojima was like, "Hey, buddy, you want to come down to the studio, get your face captured? We're doing some choreo. You wanna do like a little bit?" And he's like, "Yes, show me the cameras. Let's get to work. Let's do some stuff."
That's Carolina.
I'm actually kind of curious. Like, I should double check more because obviously being set mostly in Australia, there's several people who are clearly Australian in it, and I'm kind of wondering who these people are. Film director skills. The film director is a literal film director.
Yeah, the film director is the guy that Kojima tapped to actually do the Metal Gear Solid movie. Can't remember his name. I do remember that though.
Yeah, I think his biggest movie I remember was Kong Skull Island, I think. At the time. I don't remember what he's been working on since. But yeah, it's also the guy who's supposed to be working on the Metal Gear movie. I don't know if that one's ever coming out. I think it's been in dev hell for like 10 years at this point, but
yeah.
They tried it. I mean, maybe it'll work now that they got what's his name, Neil.
Well, it was actually hilarious because when Neil actually came in the studio, he actually thought he was playing Snake, and Kojima had to be like, no. Well, I don't think Kojima was like, no, but Kojima was like, no, not
Kojima
Snake.
was like, sadly, no, not literally. We don't have the rights for that.
Weapons restrictions lifted.
But you'll be playing Death Stranding 2's version of Mads Mikkelsen, who happens to look a lot like Solid Snake.
I saw there was a delivery to the collector, and I was like, shit, this might give me that fucking second star.
We love those stars, baby.
Yeah. But no, then we're gonna finish the road. Then we gotta go look at. I'm gonna go look at what I need for the Mountain Knot Road. It's gonna be fun.
Yeah, 'cause that is the next big plot delivery, and I'm gonna be honest. We've talked about it, a couple of times tonight, and then in previous streams. Yes, you can just freeball drive over there. You've got trucks and trikes, but hey, it's a lot easier. Just build the damn road.
Oh no, especially later when I'm gonna have to be making deliveries from like South Knot and fucking Late Knot over to Mountain Knot. Ugh. Ugh.
Literally have to, drive your way up through the mountains. Yeah, it's like your options are build a funny haha zipline route.
Which is good, but like it's good for like small cargo, but when you got like 1,000 kilos of just shit.
Yeah, there are some deliveries in this game that are absolutely like, do you have a truck? No.
Well, good luck,
buddy.
fucker.
You better figure some shit out. And with like floating carriers and stuff, you can do some interesting things, but definitely like you said, literally you can get like 1,000 kilo, like metric ton ass jobs, and it's like, yep.
No, I turned around on floating carriers, and no, I like them. But they're definitely something I'm only going to use when I don't have roads.
Service.
And in fact, actually, when I unlocked the carrier Death Stranding 2, again, talking about how they're getting better at presenting information, that's literally how the game pitches them. They're like, oh yeah, floating carriers. Try these out when you're going over rough terrain that's not suitable for vehicles. As they literally, want me to carry, big cargo to refurbish a mine over, a little, inlet or cove that has, sandbars in it. So it's like, yeah, you can't really drive your truck easily through that. There's, water and tar in there.
Oh, it seems like the collector might be star locked until later.
Interesting. Yeah, you might have to do a specific delivery. Well, then probably need to take a 5 or get your battery back.
Yeah, we're gonna hit the private room, then we'll load up the ceramics in the truck, head south to finish the road, then we're gonna start eyeballing the northern road to Mountain Knot. And gotta double check that also gonna probably double check that warehouse. Because I think something happens there. Maybe not. I don't know.
I can't remember. Do you get like? We mentioned it before. There's a couple of forced BT boss fights in this game, and I can't remember like. Actually, yeah. All you got was like the after unlocking South Knot was you got the cliff interlude.
Yeah.
Because I'm pretty sure Higgs should be upset that you didn't deliver his nuclear bomb.
Yeah, and I feel like I don't know. Like, this is the thing. Like, Lucky's beaten this game, but Lucky does not remember every fucking beat. So I'm just like, I feel like there is a scene.
And we talked about this, right? With like the pacing, it's like, you know, the fact that it doesn't happen immediately after you resolve that story beat is like, well, guess what, game? Now I've spent like 10 hours doing other shit, and then you run a whole game like that, and you're like, yeah, I don't remember. I'm pretty sure Higgs should be annoyed, and like I said, I remember that there are a couple of times where he will do the thing like he does at the the very first meeting where he's just like, boss fight time. But it's also like, yeah.
Because I think we get, like, I could be absolutely wrong, but I think we get there, and I think he, like, summons BTs down upon us. He basically goes, whoa, BTs be upon ye. And I don't think we, like, have to get into a boss fight, but we have to escape or something.
Yeah, I think, at the very least, I'm pretty sure before the way station, there's, like, a game-enforced BT zone.
Footwear condition poor. Replacement is advised.
Oh, yeah, I also need to replace my fucking shoes and skeleton. I forgot about that.
Which resembles a forced stealth segment. Though it doesn't have to be stealthy, because you've got fucking 15 custom hematic grenades in your grenade pouch, so it could just be grief the BTs.
So
Higgs says, whoa, BT be upon you. You go, whoa, blood be upon you.
saying "whoa, something be upon you" is like one of my new favorite catchphrases. I don't know what about it. It just tickles me so much.
Yeah, I think the original version, according to
Do I want to
Know
go
Your
back to
Meme, the original version is "Whoa, plague be upon ye," because it's a specific version of the Eminem throwing things at you meme.
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah.
Yeah, where he throws a rat.
Ah, yeah.
And so, like, I guess the earliest version of that is, "Whoa, plague be upon you," but then it just like. It's a really good meme format, so.
It's mimetic. Ta-da! Do I want to go back to a power skeleton? Nah, speed skeleton's doing alright. I have vehicles now. Well, this is my hubris. Let's see here. Let's see if what we can recycle. Honestly, we're pretty low on fucking metal. You know what? We'll fucking. What else can we get rid of? We got plenty of stuff here. The sticky gun, yeet. Keep those. That's also metal. These custom chirals are fucking. Oh wait, no, those are resins, not ceramics. It's like I have nothing with ceramics in it because fucking ceramics. It's hard to get or something, or we need a lot of them. Cool.
But you've turned it all into roads, I think.
Yeah, I have turned most of it into roads. Yeah, that's metals and special metals. That's resins and chiral crystals, chiral boots, bola gun, resins. Fuck it, we're just gonna have to find a little bit more, is all. Yeah, I don't care about your resins. We're drowning in resins. But right now, making the speed skeleton in my new boots is the important bit. I can always find... Yeah, this takes fucking 240 fucking ceramics to make a skeleton? Are you kidding me?
Really
I never really paid attention, but still. That's a lot of ceramic. Put on shoes. Equip exoskeleton. Alrighty. Well, let me see here.
Thank you for your...
Yeah, I know. God, I wish I could see how much, oh, wait, no, I can't. There it is, right there. They have 672. You have 264. You actually have a full 800 of ceramics. And a bit of chemicals, too. Actually, how about you guys? Oh, God, you got a fuck ton. Excuse you, you've been holding out. What about you? You've also been holding out. I'm gonna get my truck. I'm getting my truck. These preppers been holding back. Don't you know we're trying to rebuild America? I would take my truck, but we're gonna be going over some hilly ass terrain. Alright, so we're gonna go, you know, rightfully appropriate these resources.
Weapons restrictions lifted.
That's why they expand your resource storage.
So we gotta visit the film director, the junk dealer, and the Cairo.
We skip a lot of dialogue in one, so I'm not sure because there's a lot of the same stuff. But in two, at least, every prepper like starts a conversation when you level them up. They're like, "Oh yeah, you know, you increase a star and you get all the, Chiral band increases." But they actually have like voice dialogue for like, "Oh, I've increased the amount of materials you can requisition," or something like, "Oh yeah, you always need materials, right? Here, I've made so you can access more of my stores." Like, they just have a little line to talk about increasing your material.
Yeah, no,
so it's they're ready to share.
We don't have that line here. Which is why I'm just saying, I'm just taking their shit.
That is kind of an interesting one that I wonder, like again, where in the sequel development process they were like did players give feedback that like some of them felt bad about, That is for the collector.
Well, actually, no, I'm not getting the big stars yet, so I'm not gonna worry about it.
That is true, actually. But like I said, did playtesters like feel bad about taking from the shelters, so they had to they wanted to add some dialogue to re-emphasize no, your material permission goes up when you increase stars because they feel more comfortable sharing this stuff with you.
That makes sense, because otherwise a guy does kind of feel like me. I'm just like, hello, I am with, the government. Give your shit to me, so I may use as my whim.
Whereas it really is supposed to be more of we have I have spares of this stuff that you can use to, build your equipment or, use to rebuild roads that are important for everybody.
You don't have 600 chemicals. I don't want to... I need more chemicals, because that's what I need to upgrade fucking zip lines. but
That I think I remember being like, I don't remember. I remember that being a thing, and I'm like, I don't know why zipline kept.
me neither. Like, as I unlock new areas, I think they're probably going to start with, like, better stores. They're not going to be so lopsided, because I think I only unlocked chemicals, unlocking, South Knot there. So, not a lot of places have, like, their stores set up. I am a fucking animal in this fucking section. What is happening? Wait, where am I?
Listen, in that area, there's a lot of fucking rocks.
But this is what I talk about, like, this is what, like, it talks about, like, if I see a path, I will just automatically go down it. Even though there's no reason for me to be anywhere in, like, that little circle thing, I keep seeing it and I go there, which makes it fucking stay, and I'm like, God fucking damn it. Where am I going? This way? This way. Let's say, this is, like, one of the reasons I talk about I can't have other people's paths on here, because, I will follow them and not go where I wanted to go. Technically, I don't have to go up that way. I should make sure to go around. I need to, like, figure out how to... God, I just wish I could erase paths. Just be like, nay.
Yeah, I do think they degrade over time if you leave them, but obviously if you know...
Did it.
If you're only realizing, you know, that you see, like, oh yeah, I don't need this path anymore, you know, that probably means that you're not giving it enough time to kind of reset.
Beginning scan. Scanning bridges ID.
Let's go to the cargo. I don't know if more cargo means that my battery drains faster, but let's not risk it. Yeah, like this one gets me all the time because I see the path and I think I need to keep going straight. But that just leads down into the fucking city route where the junk dealer was being a fucking little bitch.
Yeah, that was just the retrieval route. And honestly, that's the kind of thing I'm talking about, right? Like, that... The game probably shouldn't have just solidified that one, like, on one trip.
No, like, these things should be, like, you should have to make a couple trips back and forth before they actually stick.
And I definitely believe that 2 is a little different. It seems like they like your paths wear a little differently. And there's some areas where like your paths are still like kind of visible, especially if you use the scanner to see your old footprints, but they really just blend in because you're just fucking cruising across a fucking sand pan, you know?
Oh yeah.
Like, there's a couple seconds in Mexico that are just flat sand. I just turbo through.
Speed! Actually, I should probably go check to actually see if my Death Stranding 2 has arrived.
Beginning scan. Scanning bridges ID.
Ah, yes, this is the fun part where I have to take out everything by hand.
Clear. Weapons detected. All weapons will be locked until departure. All...
Hello, ma'am. I am here for your resources. Yeah, we got enough for one ceramics.
We need some things.
Actually, who am I kidding? Give me your fucking chemicals. I am not gonna be here coming here to fab shit. I'm gonna be real, girl. Alright, later, Sugar Plum.
Weapons restrictions lifted. Beginning scan. Scanning weapons restrictions lifted.
Bonk. Wait, is that still level 1? It is.
Yeah, he's not upgraded the journey. He needs, what, medals?
Yeah, no, that should just be,
Beginning scan. Scanning bridges.
1,200 total. Let's do that real quick. Like I said, this is one of the important generators because, like I said, sticking generators at in between places or at end caps is usually pretty good.
Yeah, it's important, and also definitely like this is a very far out area, so it's like it's a place where, like you said, you want a generator because it is the end of a route. So it's like you drive all the way out here for something, and you're like, okay, I need juice to drive back.
Yeah,
you'll never start from the chiral artist's studio.
No. The other thing that actually I know I don't recommend it. You could put like a safe house out here. That's also like a fair thing, but it's also like again it's a lot of resources.
Yeah, and I would still save safe houses for areas where for whatever reason you can't rest, because like, yeah, you got to get her up to 5 stars. Once you do, you can rest in shelters.
That's right. I can rest in her shelter. That's correct. Yeah, you want to put the safe house at the places where you can't, like the Timefall farm. That one.
Yeah, the Timefall farm, or up like the weather station, or like where the game even. Not exactly where they make you put it, but where the game even recommends it later, of like just on that slope between the two of them. That can work too.
Yeah. Honestly, now that you mention it, that is probably actually a pretty good place for it, but no, I like having the Timefall shelter and generator at the top, and then just putting it down.
No, Timefall shelters are good as well. Like I said, that's especially since they added it as like you can emergency get out of BT encounters. I feel like for 2, they're just like good to put in Timefall areas where I'm like, okay,
oh, I only needed 400.
I
okay.
want space a breather.
Oh,
That's 400 for level 1.
400 for level 1.
Beginning scan. Scanning bridges ID. Verifying ID.
Stick it back.
Clear. Weapons detected. All weapons will be locked until departure. All clear. Welcome. Thank you for your contribution.
Having it level 3 just because I want it so it doesn't frickin' degrade as quick and I don't have to run out to... Well, actually, I don't think this area actually gets time for it. Like this area specific.
This exact area? Not much.
Let's get out of here. Let's go steal the chiral artists and the junk dealers and the film director's chemicals. Because again, I usually don't do any fabricating like at the prepper shelters. Usually, I usually think I'm pretty good at planning ahead. Usually, so I carry everything usually on hand that I need before I even like head out to the prepper shelters. That's why I always, I'm checking my skeletons, I check my boots, check my guns, check my grenades. Do all that stuff beforehand.
Like hypothetically, you never know. You might run into like a specific order with a prepper, like a mission or something, where it's like, I'll need specific gear for this job they're having me do, and you might fabricate on site. But yeah, generally, you clear yourself for that.
Run, man, run! That's okay. Maybe I'm a little scary of a driver. I don't know, man.
I mean, I thought it is a good idea to get out of the way because you are boosting, but at the same time, I don't think you were going that fast. Like, he was already hoofed. Actually, wait, no. He's just following the same movement rules Sam was. He already had inertia. He had to get out of there, so he jumped. He was sprinting.
Weapons detected.
It's a good dive.
Will be locked until departure. All clear. Welcome, Sam Porter Bridges.
All your chemicals are belong to us. I'm not entirely sure when I'm gonna start setting up zip lines, but I'm gonna.
Weapons restrictions lifted.
Like, I'm trying to think about it, like, where, like, normally I would have set up the zip line down to, up to the weather station. But we got a road there. It's gonna take a fuck ton of Kyro crystals, but that's just me, strolling into BT zones with Doom music playing. It's not.
Yeah, it will do farming. It's not like a huge hassle.
So like I don't
And
necessarily.
it is kind of like. I was just gonna say, like, it is kind of like the thing where, like, I also, when this game first launched, and in the non-director's cut, those highway paths aren't there. It's like, yeah, you have to build a zip line up because otherwise you have to, like, go way out of your way and go up a mountain slope. But if you could just build a road there, it seems a lot easier.
A zipline probably would still be faster, but I can move a lot of cargo up there real fast, real easy with a vehicle. Which is why I'm like, I don't like necessarily want it. Oh! I never knew that was on the side there.
Yeah, a lot of these guys do have little, unique tweaks to their shelters.
Oh yeah, no.
And I guess we saw that with the collector, that, like, that's not just, like, pre-pack insulation in there. That's, like, basically space-filling storage, so these things are modular. You could take out those, like, bedrolls or whatever they are and, put a shelf in there or some other kind of utility.
Yeah, huh, now that you look at it, You're alright.
Somebody's got bars so you can come out, I guess, if you wanted. They're the ultimate pillow fort.
I do like to look at this. Alright, but we got chemicals. We'll drop these off at the distro. We'll run the last road. Yeah, it just needs the 800. That'll complete that. Then our next road is up here, which needs a fuck ton. Why? Why do you need so much? So mad I ran into my generator.
Clank.
At least it's not like 4,000 Kyro crystals. I need to do bot delivery missions where they send materials, because those materials just come out of nowhere. It's not like they take them out of the stores; they just appear. So
Yeah, presumably they are like refined or made by either the residents or, like, distributed by the UCA. Because you saw Capital, not City. There's a whole fucking federal government behind you, Sam Porter Bridges. They just don't show up. I guess all their guys who wanted to travel out west already did it, and now they're all dead.
Yeah, apparently Igor was supposed to be part of that crew. I found that weird. The guy just kind of showed up. Like, yeah, I'm with Corpse Disposal. Apparently, I don't know, maybe they just retconned that he was part of the next expedition team. I don't know.
Well, I mean, it's his brother in the port where he says, his brother's plan was to head out west as part of Phase 2. But then all that shit got blown up.
It got blowed up. Let's recycle. Actually, are we gonna have enough space to recycle that all? No. Yeah, I can't cancel that. Well, like I said, I'll keep the chemicals in major distribution centers where we have the space for it. But give me a second, I'll be right back. I'm gonna go actually check on my package real quick. Yeah, it says it was left inside the mailbox, so I'll be right back.
He's got to get at the box. He's got to acquire the package, Lost Disc-Based Media. Got my screen preview way over There we go. Now we're caught up. Current.
Alright, Lucky's back with the package.
Nice.
Alright. Okay, so now we can't actually drop off all the chemicals here, so we will stick... Actually, there's no reason just to not stick it all into the goddamn private locker. Makes it just easier to transport later. We'll take the single one with us.
Feed it back.
And let me double check. No, I don't want to necessarily run out mats from the major distro centers. Let me double check here. You actually have quite a bit of ceramics built up. But how about you? How are you doing? Also, you have a fair amount. Actually, we might be able to get this first one going pretty easy, actually. Actually, also check the Elder. Elder does not. That's okay, though. Getting up to him is a pain. That's another one that I'd probably build a fucking zip line somewhere, how, but he's in this, like, little crater, so you have to, like, go to a top.
He's in a little nook. Yeah.
Yeah, and then, like, shoot yourself down. Not entirely sure where I base that either. That's the thing. And I think the weather station, yeah, no, I think they are... I'm not entirely sure, but I think materials just recover as time goes on somehow. I'm not entirely sure. Because I do know, I go and I knock these, I wipe out these mats on the record. Oh, that reminds me, though. Bot missions. Do the bot missions.
Send your butts.
I mean, it's metal and ceramics. I'll just make it simple. So let's go drop off this last ceramic at the thing, and that'll finish off the road. Then we'll have to hit the craftsman up and the engineer for their metals and ceramics, and we'll get started on the northern road. The weather station road, I think that's the only thing I can really call it right now. Well, again, I'll work on that off screen.
It will be a bit of fun to take it with us.
It's so weird. Because, like, there's the weather station there, and the road, like, goes that way. So it's, like, gonna go up that...
Like I said, I'm genuinely, like, unsure. Like, because I don't think it would be able to go over the mountains. Because the mountains are very steep. Like, you can technically go walk up them, but you wouldn't want to because it's just such a... I mean, there's a snow line and everything. And there's no reason to do it. The game doesn't, like, I think, ever make you try and do that. But, like, that would explain why they need so many chirals, but also, like I said, I can't imagine that the highway makes that shortcut, because that just seems crazy.
Also, when you go up
Like,
there,
maybe
it gets
through
cold,
that
and you...
well, you just showed that gap, and I was like, maybe that's low enough to, like, run a highway through, but no, you're right, you get cold.
Like, one of the upgrades you get later is you just get thermal packs that you can attach to a suit, and it drains your battery, but it keeps you warm.
Yeah, you can put thermal bottles in and stuff, and yeah, it's because you gotta worry about your stamina when you're cold and freeze out, and obviously snow is, like, a whole thing to traverse. Pretty sure one of your friends up in the snowy way is where you get the all-terrain skeleton.
Like, I like running fast, I like carrying stuff, but I think I like not falling on my face the best.
Well, and like I may have mentioned this before we brought up exoskeleton preferences. We were talking about equipping, you know, the power or speed ones when they first got unlocked, but like the all-terrain skeleton, I think, is later because that is the one that's clearly like, well, okay, carrying is cool and sprinting is cool, but like, you know what's really cool? Not falling over and breaking all my cargo. That's like when cargo gets damaged inside the container, you can't do shit about that. That's permanent. So like not falling down and possibly dying or damaging your cargo is like, that's like one of the few things you can't reverse. Whereas even like, you know, having in Death Stranding 2 the battle skeleton, which, you know, allegedly absorbs some, you know, bullets and stuff.
Oh, okay.
Kind of similar to what the
Armor plates.
yeah, the armor plates and the I honestly even a little bit of what like the BB thing that happened earlier is like
I love that
sometimes
so
generates an
much.
electromagnetic field to soak your stuff. Like that's neat. But also, hey, if there's nobody shooting at me, I don't need that, you know? It does at least, like, much like the other skeletons all give you a little bit, it does give you a little bit of extra cargo, so it's still, I still upgraded to it eventually. And you can, you know, it gives you a little bit of a boost to sprint. But it's like, you know, you give me like a skeleton focused on not falling over and shit, I'm gonna be there. And I don't know, that might be the Boca exoskeleton.
Alright, road complete. It goes all the way now. Alright, so let's see if we can find any, let's see if we can grab some missions going north. Like I said, get some, wrong way.
Yes, there are actually street signs, but they're not super regular highways.
Like I said, I'm talking about the Lucky is just bad at directions. I'm not like anime bad, but I'm pretty bad.
Battery low. Please charge vehicle.
Well, it's just one of those things of like my sense of direction isn't perfect, but I don't think it's super terrible. But it can still be very easy in games to get turned around because it's like, hold on, I gotta, where's my, you know, my map? Where's my point of reference? If I don't have a point of reference, it's just like, there's two roads.
Revolutionary PlayStation register trademark games.
No, it's PlayStation systems. Which systems are they?
I don't see.
The classic. It's the original. It's even got the fucking date. Also, Collector, Brother Man, why do you need 3 of these?
One to use, one to display, and one to keep safe.
Just in case.
Yep.
Yeah, I guess.
You know what? Actually, maybe this will be the one since this is a. And so let's grab that. Oh no. If you're asking why I'm going, oh no, look at the weight and look at the 28 fucking XLs it needs. Jesus.
Yeah,
But
I think
that's
I
a
remember this one.
big
This is
ass-
the one that you have to truck.
Let me see if I can make a truck.
Yeah, where did we leave the... Long range truck distro center.
Yeah, it's at the distro center.
I do like that the game is nice and warns you.
I do got enough ceramics. I could make another long-range truck. Honestly,
You can
having it...
dismantle it after.
Yeah, no, honestly, having a couple trucks ain't bad because, like I said, I can fast travel around with them or move them. It's just I can't, because I'm gonna probably leave the reverse trike here, so just having we need a different color scheme though. Oh, that's right. The thing I don't like about this color scheme is the secondary color is just the hood top. That's it. I'm like, we could have gone a little crazier with this, guys. Just saying.
Yeah, I want to say that the I don't know the exact ratio, but into the truck, because it doesn't have the cab top, it's the design is more like 2/3 primary, 1/3 secondary on the front.
Nah, we'll keep it simple. Well, actually, no. We can go with a different color. Let's see here. What will be our primary color here? We have ghost green, bright yellow, signal green, prismatic purple. Actually, prismatic purple with the black top seems okay. Let's go with that. Lucky's a purple kind of guy. All right, so the truck is literally full.
Yep, there it is. Literally fills the truck. You can see. You can count the lights.
Okay. I was gonna see if we can do some missions up to the other guy, but like I said, this is a truck full of ceramics and metal. Well, things. I don't know how many it's gonna give the top knot, but hope it's a bit.
It should certainly refill some.
Weapons restrictions lifted.
Do. Maybe like that.
Driving my big truck.
Someone's happy.
I don't know why the
truck hops are fucking insane, by the way.
yeah, it's,
Like, I know you're not getting hardly any air, but it's still crazy.
it just amuses me.
Need to blast right and dirty while you do that. I see you roll. Hey, Tim.
Actually, that reminds me. I need to see if maybe I should get Spotify Premium again. I need to listen to more music. Lucky has been way too disconnected from media recently. Like, I've been playing video games and stuff, but I haven't been, like, listening to music. I haven't been watching anime. I haven't been, you know, reading/listening to books. I need to get back into that. Like, my friends, like, keep recommending me stories, and I'm kind of always like, I don't know, even though it's normally be something I'm into. Like, a friend of mine was recommending, like, Could You Love a Monster Girl? And normally that sounds like, you know, right up Lucky's alley, you know, Lucky, you know, infamous Monster Girl lover. But I'm, like, looking at the book series, I'm like, I don't know, man. I'm reading this fucking summary, and this shit sounds pretentious as fuck, and I don't know how I feel about that. And I'm all like, is it actually pretentious, or I'm just finding excuses not to read books? I don't know.
I at least have some excuse, which is like, there's some books I need to get into, but budgeting with stuff has been a little weird.
No, it's
Just
like...
casually even drop a small one. But there's a few things I just was thinking to myself the other day. I'm like, man, I really need to buy. Speaking of, you know, because we were talking about getting back to this thing the other day, where I'm like, I really need to buy a copy of Neil Stephenson's Diamond Age and stick it right next to my copy of Snow Crash, because I own Snow Crash physically, and when I'm required to consult the texts, I can just pull open my book and start scrolling. You know, flick to the pages I need.
Okay, there you go, Speed Demon.
And if anybody is curious about like where my personal like tone on Cyberpunk is, yes, it's very heavily by Snow Crash. Snow Crash is a phenomenal foundational work, and arguably one that kind of like you know, people joke about or even seriously say is technically like post Cyberpunk, because like technically hero protagonist, you know, works for the former CIA in that he's like a freelance, you know, hacker and intelligence guy, and you know, ends up doing stuff to like help people. But he also does crimes, and he hits people with katanas. And you know what hero protagonist does? It's pretty cool in this day and age. Was in some of the sections I had to reread. Specifically, he hits racists with katanas. Cuts their head clean up.
No, I like it.
The timing on the fucking hood though is like, you're absolutely right. Like that definitely went down. You were dead ass sprinting in your speed skeleton. That rain would hit your face. But it's okay. It's you know, movie rules. It's like this is a joke I've made about rain, but you know, talking about like helmets and like obviously headwear is pretty important. But it's also like, how many times in the damn movies you see a guy wearing a helmet? Good guys almost never wear helmets because then you can't see what actor they are.
Yeah, no, this is probably why that my character's probably gonna die sooner or later. I'm gonna get fucking, you know, 5 tens to the fucking head, and I'm just like, yeah, no, I'm dead, Omega. Goodbye, world.
Well, you know, like you said, being prepared for a dramatic death. I don't have to use any sets.
No, like I said, no. But if it's cinematically and dramatic enough, I'll be like, nah, kill me. Now is the time.
And if it's the thing is like, there's gonna be some cases where it may just be like, well, there's no real reason for this person to pull their punch. You know, we've established you've gotten into a fight to the death, so here we are.
Yeah, no, that wasn't it.
I guess you gotta advance the plot
Maybe
the other way.
Yeah, might be a different one, but... Oh, wait, hang on. Mail. Have letters. Honestly, I do kind of like... I've never been like an email guy, and I've never been a kind of a letter guy, but writing letters is nice. I don't know what it's about. It just, you know, physically writing something down, putting in a letter, putting it on the stamp and all that stuff, sending it, getting something back. Maybe it's because it wasn't, like, instantaneous. It was kind of fun, but... What?! What?!
Recover big-ass video games.
From the crater! Okay, fine. Well, I'm not going to do it right now. I will, though.
But yes, I believe that was, I was just double checking. I went back to the wiki and found this out earlier. That's, yeah, he sends you a letter and then you gotta, that'll let you trigger a new, like, actual mission that will get progress.
Yeah, no, because people like to yap at you.
That's something that, like, I think, again, 2 does a little different. Like, you do still have the equivalent of mail, but it's the social strand system. So you have, you know, social media. So, like, people will, like, send you photo posts that have, like, comments on them and commentary, and you can give them likes and send likes back. But, like, the fact that also you can just have dialogue with NPCs means that, yeah, like, if I need to, like, pursue subplots of characters, I can just, you know, ask them about it. For a lot of these, rather than, you know, just, like, wait for them to send me a fucking essay. This is always the cool thing about, you know, games getting sequels is well, you know, as a group, I think people like to see iteration, but I especially like to see when a team does get to iterate.
Oh yeah. Well, we always talk about this. Like, we look at the iteration from Metal Gear Solid 1 to Metal Gear Solid 2. Look at the iteration from Kingdom Hearts 1 to Kingdom Hearts 2. The iteration from Uncharted 1 to Uncharted 2.
Like, yeah, Uncharted is like, having basically like done all those games back to back myself. Like, Uncharted is crazy because like the first Uncharted is pretty good. Like now as a retro, and you're like, okay, you know, we were on the PS3. Like, there's a few rough edges, but you know, you run and you shoot.
You
The
said
heart
it.
was there, and like,
Oh god, I'm sorry. I know we could talk about it, you know, back then, but you know, I played Uncharted on the PS3 when it first out. That shit blew my mind.
well, yeah, that's the thing, right? Is like a lot of PS3 titles, like Uncharted wasn't that game for me because I did not get into the series on PS3. But like, I'm sure there were PS3 games I played. I could probably check the shelf and start, you know, digging them up.
Dig
And
them
I
up.
was like, damn, that was crazy. Like, I got a PS3 to play Metal Gear Solid 4. Like I got into Metal Gear like late PlayStation 2 generation, you know, because I had some friends who were super into 3. So like I, you know, picked up a couple of those old games, buying used games on Amazon, and you know, played a lot of them. So I was like super excited for 4, and like gameplay wise, like it's crazy to like Metal Gear Solid 3, pretty good game. Writing's really top notch for Kojima and the Metal Gear crew. You know, like the character stuff he does with the boss Ocelot, Eva, and obviously Naked Snake, who you figure out at the end is you know on the path to become Big Boss. You're like, oh, you know. But like gameplay wise, God, 4 was just like. Gameplay in 4 is so tight, y'all. I'm so sad it's like not on anything but the PS3, because like 5 does a really good job of like they really kept that flowing and kept the gunplay tight.
I forget if like did 5 have as much customization with the guns as 4 did? I don't remember.
There's a lengthy side quest to get a gunsmith who lets you get some of the stuff. And I remember that there were either mods or glitches, like on the PC version of 5, where you could, like, equip weapon bits that didn't make sense to weapons. So, like, I think it's a little more free, but also, like, 4 was, especially for certain guns, like the M4 Custom, which was
Oh
like
god,
the
you could do
iconic
so
gun.
much with the M4 Custom. I remember that shit.
Yeah, because there was, like, vertical foregrip, sloped foregrip, underbarrel, you know, grenade launcher, which I usually use because you could carry a wide variety of grenade ammo, but you could also carry the Master Key, the underbarrel shotgun, which could be, you know, you could load rubber beanbag rounds or lethal ammo into if you wanted. You had a threaded barrel for a suppressor. You could pick, you know, a couple different kinds of optics, shit like that, and then lots of other guns. Like there were several 1911 clone, you know, handguns you could do that shit with, you know, flashlights, suppressors, other shit. Like. And all of it, like, felt really good to use. You could aim down sights really easily. Like, Snake was doing shit like shift and shoulders. That was the first game where you could do, like... That, I feel like the, like, 3 tiers of movement were really good. Like, Snake could stand up, and you could, like, creep forward, or you could dead-ass run. You could crouch, and you could, you know, crouch walk fast, and you could go prone, but you could prone, you could, you know, go on hands and knees, or you could fucking belly crawl real slow if you wanted to be stealthy. Like, it was just... And, like, you talked about this when we went back and played Metal Gear Solid 3 on stream. Like, 3 in that PS2 era is still, like, really married to the old-school top-down shit. Like, it's a very well-made game, but there was only so much they could do with the hardware and the engine.
Well, yeah, no. Like, in Metal Gear Solid 3, you don't think about it, but every single... Even though those fields are a bit open, each one of those things is an individual era crafted... you know, as, you know, a mini playground. It is not necessarily, like, a big, open-ass area to fucking run around. I wouldn't say, like, Metal Gear Solid 4 is, like, open world by any means. Not like, we don't get that until Metal Gear Solid 5. But Metal Gear Solid 3 is, you could, you know, you have to, you know, do a scene transition anytime you move to a new area, you know. Snake, you know, goes widescreen as he runs into an area and then comes back out. And so, you know, that... Sorry, I just made that. But, so, like, you're... Oh, God, where was I going with this? But, so, like, the amount of scale that you got between, like, well, I remember. It's like that was a limitation of the fucking PS2. The PS2 couldn't handle, you know, those big ass open areas with all those details in there,
Yeah,
so they had to break
the
them.
level maps were still. Some areas in 3 were pretty big, but some were also pretty small. Like, it really depended on the geometry.
Yes. I temporarily lost where my point was there, and I had to grab it back there.
Yeah, you had to find it. But yeah, in 4, there are, like, loading screens in transition. Obviously, 4 was very infamous for the fact that it, like, had to install and, like, re-download each map ahead of time.
Took
But
hours.
that meant that those transitions were, like, really straightforward. Like, there were a couple of them, but generally the maps were, like, huge chunks. And if you did load, like you said, some of them were, like, talking about scene transitions, a lot of them were, like, cutscene transitions, you know? Like, you would walk and walk and walk, like, sneak for, like, hours, and then you'd get, like, a big cutscene, you know? Like, I remember the one where the Beauty and the Beast unit are introduced, right? And they, like, smash that bulldozer those guys have and stuff. So, like, there's a whole cutscene, and then when you get out of the cutscene, you're like, your way to actually backtrack is blocked by the wrecked bulldozer. So,
Yeah.
like, it was, you know, probably, like, secretly a loading area. But, you know, it was one of those things that was really interesting, and, like,
Oh yeah,
Uncharted
look at
has
all
that a
those.
lot,
Look
too,
at all
talking
those
about the
ceramics
tech
I got
stuff.
now.
Yeah,
Jesus.
sweet ceramics you got now. Back up to 5K. Uncharted's another one of those games where, like, it's very interesting to see kind of, like, the jumps and stuff where, like, even on, like, the PS4 versions, some of those games had, like, they really loved their, like, whatchamacallit, like, you know, oh, you've got to squeeze through a narrow passage, or something on the PS4 generation was very famous for is the, like, oh, you gotta wait for a buddy to come and lift this thing at the same time, you know, hiding the loading screens.
Yeah, no, but I know people like bitch about it, but I'm like, no, that's really fucking smart. Why are people mad about this?
Oh, I think I don't know how many people are, like, upset about it. Some audience members, like, some people really, really don't like to see, quote unquote, the hand of the author.
Okay.
I'm not one of those people, but, like, some people it does just, like, pick their brain to, like, have something that's clearly like a breaking the fourth wall trick, you know, shown to them. But I think honestly a lot of it was just, like, especially when we got to, like, solid state driving, like the PS5, the jump from the first FF7 remake, that was the word I was looking for. The first remake game has a lot of, like, man, Cloud really has to think about pulling this lever. Like, it had a lot of those because those were also, like, secret loading areas for the next zone. Whereas in Intergrade, the DLC, and then obviously in Rebirth, none of that shit, because with the solid state, the loading just happens. Like that. And, like, similarly, like, that kind of expanded, like, kind of the open world stuff you could get access to. So, like, the older Uncharted games were definitely, like I said, I didn't play them at the time, so going back, you're like, they are, like, oh god, it's 2025, so those games have to be, like, getting close to 25 years old. You know, they're about 20 years old in some cases. Not 25, 20 years old. Maybe, like, 15-ish for some. Because of what, the PS3 was, like, what, 07, 08? I don't remember exactly. Now that that's a guarantee, I was bamboozled the other night. We were talking about something with Persona, and I thought a lot of the Persona titles were much newer, were older than they were, and it's like, no, those were extremely late PS2 games.
Oh yeah.
Like, I'm pretty sure the PS3 was technically out when P4 actually came out in the States. Always interesting, by the way, to see that when, like, your dev cycle is that way. But yeah, no, like, playing them kind of back to back is, like, you know, you get the vibe, and then you move on, and then you get to something like 4, and it's just like, wow, okay, they just, like, the console jump is really significant. You can do a lot with that next generation of hardware, because, like, Uncharted 4 was, like, not only did they get, like, 3 was really all about getting melee down. You know, they put a lot of emphasis into kind of melee set pieces. But, like, not Metal Gear, Uncharted 4 is, like, yeah, the shooting is, like, really good, and the sneaking is, like, really good. in 4.
No, like when Kojima actually starts working on Fizz, and I hope we like take the both of us Metal Gear Solid 4 and 5. Get in there. From what I'm kind of hearing, we're getting kind of that with Death Stranding too. But with Fizz, I'm hoping that we're definitely. Oh, I'm going the wrong way. I hope that we get like something a little bit more, combat and action focus. Because we talk about this. At the end of the day, Sam's a truck. His purpose is to deliver stuff. His purpose is not actually to get in fights and do stuff. It's just that we as player characters go,
Yeah.
it'd be a lot easier for this problem if I just fought all these dudes.
I mean, there are actually missions in Death Stranding, like standard orders or aid requests that are like elimination missions. Like they'll actually be like, "Hey Sam, could you go out here and knock out some BTs?" Or "Hey Sam, could you go out to this bandit camp and dome this guy?" So like there are technically pure combat objectives, that, but you can argue that's part of Sam, the man who delivers type shit.
Yeah.
But it is still definitely like most of the game is not focused on that. Stealth happens as like. Or combat happens as like a byproduct of like, oh, there are men in my way, BTs in my way, and that's also where a lot of like environmental factors come in. And like definitely people have been saying, and I've been kind of seeing as I've been playing it, Death Stranding 2 feels like a lot more like comfortably built on the bones of like Metal Gear Solid 5. Like I feel like parts of Death Stranding 1 are like very much Kojima like deliberately stepping away from like I don't want to do things just like this game that I just put out at that other company,
Yeah, no, we've talked about this. Kojima had his fucking health scare, and I think I know I've said this before, but I'll say it again. I think that really put it into his head. It's like I'm probably going to be known as a Metal Gear guy, so I might as well just fucking embrace it.
Well, and I also think that like Hideo Kojima has always had I feel like a contentious relationship with the Metal Gear audience, and I still think that is true sometimes because a great many people claim to play Metal Gear Solid games, but also didn't fucking understand them.
Or refuse to admit that they don't understand them.
Yeah, they just want to be like, Metal Gear wasn't political. My guy, Metal Gear was always extremely political. Even the games on the fucking, like, MGX are, like, about the Cold War and shit. Like, there's a fucking subplot in... Is it in Metal Gear 1 or 2? The one about the figure skater? I can't remember, but remember there's the woman who's like a Soviet Olympic athlete, and she's gonna cross the fucking Berlin Wall to be with Frank Yeager, but the CIA hangs her out to dry. They never show up. I think that
was Metal Gear 2, because that's when you fight in the room with the minefield with them, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, because that basically is like Frank's like start of darkness is him realizing that like governments aren't all they're cracked up to be. And, like, no, those games have always been really political. But, like I said, there's always a lot of stuff, like I think with Metal Gear Solid 2, for instance, Kojima made a deliberate choice to switch to Raiden because he wanted to, as a writer, not just rehash Metal Gear Solid 1, but, like, produce a sequel, but a sequel in, like, his own vision of, like, oh, you want me to make another Metal Gear Solid? Okay, I will literally make a second Metal Gear Solid, and I will write a story all about how this is just Metal Gear Solid again. And, like, we talked about this when we played it. Raiden is integral to that.
The Solid Snake simulation. Oh, God.
Yeah, so Raiden being, like, a new, younger, more naive guy is integral to that, because by that time, that's, like, Solid Snake's, like, third rodeo. You know, he's been through this shit a couple of times. He's no longer that guy. Even in Metal Gear Solid 1, like, Snake's role is the grizzled guy they got out of retirement, despite the fact that I think he's like early 30s in Metal Gear Solid 1.
I mean, that's the hump point. I'm gonna be real.
It's true, but like he counts as a grizzled veteran because when he was, a young, fresh-faced 20-something, he went through 2 whole Metal Gear plots where he had to kill his dad and his clone dad. One of them, which was you had to fucking set him on fire with the hairspray. Like, again, that's like... I hope Metal Gear Delta does well because, like... I know that will be weirder because Kojima won't be involved directly, but I would think it would be really interesting, too, from a kind of, like, respectful remake perspective, remake Metal Gear 1 and 2 in like modern graphics and like actually explore some of that, because like some of those scenes are like
I don't know.
real neat.
I don't know. Remember, they remade Metal Gear Solid 1. That was the Twin Snakes on the GameCube, and people hated that for some ungodly reason.
Well, that one was... I think Kojima was directly involved with that as well. That one was weird. I feel like, again, Hideo Kojima is like, you got to be careful with him. Sometimes he'll monkey's paw you. It's like with Metal Gear Solid 2, people are like, hey, make us another Metal Gear Solid. And he was like, okay, I will make another Metal Gear Solid. Metal Gear Solid Twin Snakes was like, somebody probably approached him and was like, hey, what if we like, you know, now that we have like good, and I'll say it, the GameCube and PS2 era, that level of 3D graphics was really good. Pre-HD, they did a lot with that shit. It looked good.
No, there was like all Twin Snakes really did was update the mechanics, update the graphics. Like, it didn't change any of the story beats.
The story beats are the same. The cutscenes are way more over the top, but I
Yeah.
think that was, like I said, that was like, again, somebody told Hideo Kojima, hey, can you remake Metal Gear Solid? And he was like, well, I don't want to literally do a shot-for-shot remake, so I guess I'll use the technology to make cooler cutscenes. And, like, obviously some people are like, oh, this is too over the top. This is too crazy. And it's like...
I want to slap those people. It's all like, did you not play Metal Gear Solid 1? Where
like, yeah, the cutscenes are not as crazy,
but that's
because there are tech limitations.
Yeah. Like, that's why I like...
still do a lot of bullshit.
And that's why, like, I want to get mad at people who don't like Twin Snakes, because it's fundamentally shot for shot. Just, yeah, the cutscenes are a little crazy because they had the technology too. It's like, it's still the same game. They just basically all they did was they took the Metal Gear 2 engine and graphics and basically, you know, copy pasted fucking everything.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure they didn't re-record any of the dialogue for
Yeah.
Twin Snakes. So yeah, all the story is exactly the same.
But, like, I've talked to people about it, and they're all like, oh no, it's horrible, they butchered it. I'm just all like, what? Like, again, this is one of those things where, like, Lucky generally does not understand, like, some opinions. Like, I don't want to say, like, I don't know if that's, like, a majority thought about, you know, Twin Snakes being bad, but I am... Again, we talk about this. People do not usually come out to the defense of things. People only usually... If people think it's okay, they just, you know, keep their peace. They're like, no, it's good. It's fine. It's all right. I don't need to say anything about it.
Yeah, I think there are, these days especially, there are more people who are willing to come out and, like, push back a little for their media. But also, I think that can come out in the reverse. Like I said, I talked earlier about this. Some people attempted a little historical revisionism now that the series is super canceled and was like, oh, the Paramount Halo show was fine. And it's like, it really wasn't, though. Like, I mean... Physically, I think they did okay with, like, the props, but, like, clearly the people writing that adaptation did not understand Halo and, like, did not care to make it more like the writing, which, again, is a terrible shame because Halo already has a really good expanded universe. It's called the novels, and most of the novels are pretty good. There are a few that, like, the quality slipped a little. And recently there's been a trend where, I mean, actually, it's not even that recent. I talked about this with you, Lucky, where, like, a lot of the lead up to, like, Halo 4 is buried in, like, the Forerunner book trilogy, which is, like, the super mega ancient prequel.
Super mega ancient prequels.
But it's like that has been a criticism that has continued on with the Halo franchise, where people are like talking about how, like, oh, there's, like, lingering plot threads in Halo Infinite. Those will just get resolved, you know. Halo Studios will just make a novel or post a short story that'll fix it, you know, kind of a thing. Like, that's a unfortunate factor where, like, it seems like that is a thing where Halo continues to do that as like a supplement to just putting more content in their games. But the books were originally, like, a very cool extra to the series. But people will still come out and be like, oh yeah, no, I think this game was...
Look at all these fucking grenades!
A lot of grenades. A lot of those.
Yeah, well, this is why I came back. Get on the...
But, like...
I don't know.
It's definitely, like...
Seeing you.
You know, a case where, like,
Please access delivery terminal.
things were different back then, and I do think the audience reacted like I said. I think like what people maybe were thinking about when they heard, oh yeah, Metal Gear Solid Twin Snakes. It's just the Metal Gear 2 engine, and it's gonna be Metal Gear on the GameCube now, and like people were just like, oh, I literally want Metal Gear Solid on the GameCube, and it's like, no, we don't. Especially back then, no, we don't do that. That's not what you do. Metal Gear Solid exists on the PS1, and now it exists on everything thanks to the
Master Gear Collection.
Yeah, the Master Collection. Sorry, I paused there because my screen share is crashing. There it is. Yeah, we went for like 3.5 hours. God, the network got a little weird.
Well, let's figure this out. So first, that. Add all that shit. And then carol them up, baby.
But like we talked about this with Metal Gear Solid 2, that like genuinely, I think honestly, people bought it. There was an outcry for a Metal Gear Solid 3, but there was some vocal hate towards Raiden and stuff, and I think that what you call it, like Kojima kind of took that in stride into some of the jokes in Metal Gear Solid 3. So like there has always been this contentious relationship with the Metal Gear fandom. Like every time he made a Metal Gear game, he was like, I don't want to make another. We're good. And then he almost always went back and was like, well, they actually I don't know if like he doesn't want to talk about Metal Gear, because that would be the very Japanese thing to do, right? Would be that like he would just be like, oh, I don't want to talk about that, if he's even allowed to. I don't know what kind of agreements he had to agree to leaving Konami, but like I would ask and would be very curious to hear his logic.
I see the way station ball. I see the strands ahead of him. Yes, you are correct. This is a BTS fuck area.
Yeah, like I said, I'm pretty sure the next road like turns into another big overpass, and you just go over all this shit. But you got to build that next road step. But like I said, I would always be curious like to why Hideo Kojima made so many Metal Gear games. If like, because I remember back in the day always hearing, oh yeah, he's done after this one. He's done after 3. Oh, he's done after 4.
Actually, this one doesn't need much at all. Shit, I'm over stocked.
But I think that kind of like contentious relationship, like obviously making Metal Gear Solid 5 was very stressful, and it like, Konami, I don't want to say they wanted to like kill the project per se, because I do think they actually did want the project to get finished, but it feels like Konami Corporate had a lot more different ideas about like how much money it should have taken and how long and how many devs it should have taken Hideo Kojima to make Metal Gear Solid 5 versus how many it was actually going to take to make the game he wanted to make,
Yeah. Well, and after that, Konami. Well, that's that's a case of
Beginning scan.
Oh god, I don't want to say no dramatic irony, because after that, I'm pretty sure Konami just fell off the game making sphere for a long time.
Yeah, I think there was a corporate culture shift at Konami, which was like, we don't need to be. This video game thing is expensive. We don't need to be doing this. That's we can leverage our IPs in pachinko and arcade machines and our trading game division and shit like that. And then I think what we saw was that like that market like kept like super shrinking until ultimately it's weird. Trading cards like really blew up over COVID because like that was like the hobby boom, and like also we kind of turned that into like unfortunately an investment thing because that's not entirely COVID's fault. Like yes, one of the Paul brothers, I don't remember if it was Jake or Logan, but one of the dirty, despicable Paul brothers was like, "Oh, look, I got my OG Charizard graded, it's worth $10 quadrillion. But Magic was already had like a finance bro kind of element to it. Yu-Gi-Oh has mostly resisted that because just the way the Yu-Gi-Oh format and Yu-Gi-Oh printing works is just you cannot count on certain kinds of cardboard to hold value the same way they do. Like, we do alternate rarities, which do shoot up in price like Magic alt arts, but it's just not the same. Like, you can... And honestly, that's probably why pricing of the secondhand market in Yu-Gi-Oh! Is pretty bad, because, like, guys running the secondhand market will try and nickel and dime you early, because they know that, like, a reprint set's gonna come out and the price of this card is gonna fucking crater. Never buy pre-sale prices, by the way, on anything, you know? But, like, that was a big... COVID was a big hobby boom, but also, arcade scenes got real fucked up by COVID.
Yeah,
And,
no.
like, I don't think that was, like... Because I think, like, Konami's investment into pachinko parlors and shit was already declining. But COVID was like... Konami was like, oh, shit, we have to completely revamp our entire stuff because this pachinko stuff, that's not going to work. And so now that got them to actually get off their butts and go like, hey, we own video game IP. We should spin up a fucking studio and like do some stuff in-house, do some licensing to other guys. You know, like obviously, you know, Blooper Team with like the Silent Hill 2 remaster.
Oh yeah, no, like Konami has been doing a lot to like I think they've been doing a lot of cautious things to see like where interest in their existing IPs lie and see where they want to go from there. You know, that's why.
Well, and because that's been a big success story for, I want to say, I feel like Capcom is a similar caliber of like studio and IP holder to Konami. They're not like huge, but they have some very iconic games. And like, there was a year where there were, you know, in the mid 2010s, you know, the 20-teens, there were jokes about, you know, Crapcom and stuff like that. Like, they had a rough run in the HD era, but they did some, you know, return to basics type shit, and they really secured the audience with several of their franchises. And also, like, started a remastering project as well. Like, they figuratively returned to basics with Resident Evil 7, and then also literally returned to basics by remaking Resident Evil 7 and then Resident Evil 2. Like, that's, like, interesting for them to both do remakes and also do like
reimaginings.
You know, fundamentally, yeah. You know, Resident Evil 8 Village is like clearly inspired by the tropes of Resident Evil 4, but also they remade Resident Evil 4. If you're into that, and it's gonna be kind of. I remember their statements about RE9 where they were like, "Yeah, we originally planned to have Leon in this, but like we're having a hard time like imagining things being scary for him anymore." And I'm like, nah, man, that's true.
No, people are talking about that. How no, I've been seeing fights going on online about that. About, you know, whether or not like Leon should be the main character or whatever.
I mean, people want Leon to be the main character because he's cool, but I think if they're trying to do like more return to horror stuff and like build the vibes, you can't do that because, like, by the time in the timeline that RE9 is, Leon's, like, 50.
Yeah.
He's a 50-year-old man. He's literally too old for this shit. You think you're gonna show Leon S. Kennedy at 50 years old, like, a dead guy jump scare, like a dead body falls down from the ceiling, and he's gonna react at all? No, man, I think they're right. I think if you want Leon to be scared by stuff, you gotta dig up some real shit, and it's like, no, you can't go that ham on your horror. You like, for the player, you gotta start smaller. And like, obviously, if you're trying to get the player to do emotional buy-in, you have to have a little bit of that on the character side as well. Like, you have to have a viewpoint character who is like freaked out by this stuff. This again is why I think 7 and 8 really worked, because I forgot his exact name, your new protagonist for 7, but, like, he is a brand new guy who, like, literally is your first-person avatar, but also gets to do stuff like, you know, be super fucking grossed or weirded or horrified by things. like when you get your leg chopped off with a fucking shovel and then it gets glued back on. Actually, no, that's technically optional. What happens 100% of the time is the protagonist gets his arm chainsawed off and stapled back on. And you're just he just looks at it when he wakes up and he's like, "What the fuck?" Like you can't like I said, you can't get that shit out of Leon anymore.
I'm still hoping that Leon is like a secondary up the partner.
Yeah,
in this, like I don't like. Because no, I don't think Leon should be a main character, but I think he should be a supporting character.
If we're returning to Raccoon City, it makes sense, and I think they could pull that off because that's what. Slight spoilers for RE7, but I don't know whenever we'll get around to running that one.
Actually, I was gonna say we need to do that this year. This October we need to do 7 and 8.
Do that one.
Hell, we could probably
we can do that.
we could actually if we would want to we can wind up to that with doing 5 and 6 because those are.
That's stuff. We did all of RE4 remake. That's true. But yeah, we can get back in this season.
You know what? Fuck it. Take me.
Gooped.
Take me.
Yeah, Sam just says, "Fuck it, we ball. Take me."
Do you know how many grenades I got?
I ain't afraid of no ghost. But like, thematically, that is a thing in 7 they do where like for the climax, like you start talking to and see a little bit of Chris Redfield as like your cool guy who helps you out.
Jesus, how far are we going?
They did. Where is the arena in this area? They gotta take you way out to the middle of nowhere.
Seems like it. Whoa!
I gotta see how Whoa!
This is the big
Very
boy.
close, yes. Oh, it's the like extra version of the tentacle golf. But like, yeah, RE7 does that, and then there was a DLC later where you actually play as Chris, which is like a slightly more actionized setting, right? Like they play to the tropes. So I could see that happening in RE9 where like, you know, you get towards like the 3rd act and like, you know, Leon comes back and starts helping you, but also like, you know, pops on screen to do stuff, and maybe there's like you know, the classic episode 8 or like the 7 and 8 DLCs, there's like an optional thing later where you get to play as him and get to, you know, live up your RE4 type shit. Fucking roundhouse kicking zombies and stuff.
No, we can. We should try to get through. 5 and 6 because 5 and 6 is the thing about them is we can do those. Oh, which I think is nice. Woo! That would be fun. I was also thinking about Dead Space 3, which is co-op. Now, I do know what people are saying. It's Dead Space 3. It's not that great a game, but even a bad game can be fun if you're playing with a friend.
It's true, and that is like one of the. That was that era of. You know the.
From downtown.
Like the co-op modes and stuff. Which kind of got like phased out.
Ah shit, my truck's being damaged. Hurry up and die! I got shit to do! I only got 5 grenades left. This ain't good.
Well, if you should. Some more.
I don't know if they do. I have to be a little bit more. I should be able to do this with. Oh, hi. Oh, ow. Yeah, as long as I don't miss, I should be okay. We might be in trouble. Yeah, no. Well, this is why I like to carry it.
I mean, if you really need to,
I can, but I'm gonna be very mad.
Yeah, it's not mandatory,
Like,
but like respawn some things eventually. I don't know if they do that if you're just putting it.
oh, barely. It does say, like, I think they are talking right here that you might find stuff. Alright, but we did it. Okay, cool. Oh, that's right. Those are here.
Yeah, the little jellyfish guy is blocking.
But no, like, in our lead up to October, we should definitely try to get through 5 and 6. Because I like 5. I played the shit out of 5. It's way campier than fucking 4. And 4 was plenty fucking camp. But it's still a fun game. 6? 6 is not a good game. Everyone knows this. I know this. Oh, there's a lot of materials in here. Yeah, no, I feel like there's a we have a moment here. But let's grab this before.
There we go.
And actually, free ceramics. What am I thinking? Let's run this all out to the truck. 5 shouldn't take us that long. Unless we try to do some of, like, the special things? No, probably not. I don't know, let's just see, but no, it's like this year we should lock in hecking 7 and 8, because I have been wanting to play them. I'm just a coward. Let's see here. First things first, let's remove these. We'll put these onto the truck for now. Recycle them for what I can. Boy, howdy, I'm glad I got these. Stick those in there. I don't use resin for shit, but whatever, I'm taking it.
Yeah, mats are mats.
Still got some good ceramics in here. No, Resident Evil 5, you can do some fun things, but there are a lot of things, like, tied around finding, like, specific treasures so you can get, like, more upgrades. Like, you have to beat bosses within a certain amount of times, or you have to take, like, an optional path somewhere when you're, like, gonna go fight a boss. I don't remember all of them. I used to play... God, I played 5 a lot. I don't know why, but I did. Like, I've talked about this. I played 6. I got through the Leon section, got to the Chris section. I was all like, what am I doing now?
And I believe it has come with this conversation has come up that several people agree that yeah, that's kind of the point where most people just go, yeah, RE6.
All right, so what is we still needs here? So that's gonna be 800 and then 720. Okay. Well, I'm gonna go make sure I got a fucking BT handgun. Because we've reached the point in the game where boss monsters are just becoming regular monsters. Yeah. Guy took 15. Well, I missed with probably like 2 or 3 of them, but that was still a lot of customs. Yeah, no, I'm covered in the towel now. Pretty goopy. So is the truck. The truck's not having a good time. But the timefall is temporarily gone, so we're gonna use that to our advantage to try to advance this fucking road. I do believe that once the road actually through the area is done, you can just motor through, and the BTs they're just far enough off the road that they don't fuck with you. Go off road though, you're fucked. Oh yeah, also, Chad earlier said something about, you know, people can't, you know, come out with saying things without people being, you know, judged for things they said in the past. Yeah, no, that's kind of one of those things that I kind of hate about modern internet culture. People are not allowed to change at all. You say something once, you say it forever, even if you go like, no, I don't think like that anymore.
All clear. Welcome, Sam Porter Bridges.
Whatever you say online stays online.
You know, I think there's something to be said that, like, usually, like, you know, good faith actors will get in there, and, like, certainly I know there are people who are, like, you know, it takes all kinds, so you'll get people for, like, you know, who will stand or defend in turn people who are like, no, they've changed, and you're like, I don't know if they've really changed, man. They're still saying the same shit. But it does kind of, you know, so people will buy into anything, but there is definitely a long trend of the internet of, like, you said something several years ago, and now we're here.
Okay, so first off, let us do the blood bag. We got the container supply. We got the bridge. We need the anti-BT handgun. And I think that's it. Utility pouch, utility pouch, utility pouch. Attach to suit. There we go. Gucci! I can rest in the shelter. Fuck it, we'll rest in the shelter. My dude, I need a break!
Yeah. For that shit.
Thank you for your contribution.
Still a little covered in tar, but you know what? It's fine. Hey guys! Boy, you won't imagine the lunch I just had.
I think it's correct, but that is funny that, like, that's definitely the one thing that a prepper won't do is will not let you use the shower. But also, I'm like, real, true.
All right. Oh, I gotta check math again. Let's see. I don't know why that's marked on the path. That was not me. I did not take that. I did not take that path willingly. There was not walking involved in that.
Oh no, you were definitely dragged.
What was that? 5? Yeah, 520 and 800. That's what it was. Claim materials. God damn it. Wait, did I actually grab this shit? Fuck. I looked at my PC for a moment and did not actually pay attention. God damn it. Hang on. There's the ceramics. 40. Okay, I did got everything. After we get this road built, I'll probably figure out where the next road is, and then we'll probably drive back to Lake Knot so I can fix my truck.
Yep.
Take a shower. And we'll probably call it in the end there. I'll probably get to installing Death Stranding 2 on my PS5.
Preparing and showering is important.
Oh, you guys better not be fucking back already. I would be quite upset. They're back already!
Someone's happy.
Well, I got blood bags and shit, so they're not gonna fucking... It's all like, you can fight me again at your own peril. This is a horrible place to have to fucking build a road. Jesus.
Yeah, like I said, it's there's a reason I think why it becomes like a big overpass.
Okay.
Oh god, it only can... Oh yeah, you're right. Look, it goes, you're right, it goes around the fucking area. That's right. Alright, but... That... Materials... Confirm! Yes. Skip. Well, actually, no. We could probably well, actually, it depends on how much you want to keep going, Omega. If we go for like another hour, we might be able to make it to the way station tonight. Where is that damn thing? There it is. I just realized it's almost 8 o'clock, not 9 o'clock.
Yeah, you know, we started earlier. We're going for about 4 hours. We could probably keep going for the usual 5-ish.
I was just thinking about it that like I'm just rebuilding roads, which is boring, but there can't be that many more before. Oh, here's one right here.
Well, and I mean, that is the thing we talked about, where it's like, yeah, there's a reason why you're building this road, this specific road right here, because the alternative is you have to fucking hoof it through that shit, which sucks.
I already want that thing that just gives me back the material so much. I am gonna have to go back to fucking Lake Knot though. Probably maybe go find some more materials too. Yeah, like I'm pretty sure after it's just one more after that, and then that will put me in the area for that. I think. Yeah, that one's just gonna be 6,100, and then I'll break down. That's 460. Okay. Yeah, no. So we'll go to the top of the next hour, and that will probably be the way station and well, not yet, no. Yeah, no, Mega remembered this way better than I did. I thought this was actually gonna go straight through it. They're like, just like, nope. Not having it.
Like I said, I had some close encounters in this region. I remember that one.
Okay, then because I could have swore we have to go in that building for something. I just don't remember what.
I don't remember if there might be a job similar to, like, you know, the collector asks you to go in that fucking crater and stuff. There might be something where you're like told to go in there and get something back.
Yeah, and then Higgs shows up. That sounds accurate. Maybe at the way station. I don't know. Anyway, my truck is not happy. If my truck's not happy, I'm not happy because I am a truck. Shower. Make sure to get 2 tires on the energy zone at all times. Almost ruined, Jesus.
Yeah, all that time fault didn't number.
Yeah, no, apparently in some zone there's timefall rain and then there's like timefall showers. And the timefall showers like do way more damage. I'm pretty sure. Also, no, I do not think these vehicles are made for multiple trucks.
Yeah, the roads I feel like they're designed clearly for just the player to use. Technically, they are 2 lanes.
Technically, but with the energy lane being like, if the energy zone was a little bit wider, I think they were 2 lane. But
there's also the fact we've talked about before that there's no fucking guardrails anywhere.
It's like, yeah, I could
like
drive in this lane, but if I do that on a trike, I'm liable to go on the edge when I can't make the turn quick enough or something.
Yeah, and you also absolutely can't on a trike cannot use the energy zone that way. Like the truck's pretty big, you can kind of eke it out, but it's like you would not want to jostle with actual 2 lanes of traffic, and like I said, no guardrails and shit.
Proceed to distribution center.
Alright, let's get this pretty boy fixed up.
Battery low. Please charge vehicle.
Battery low, health low. Look at this. Look at my boy. Look what they did to my boy.
He needs to take a fucking break, man. He needs to drink a beer.
And it's time to slam down several cans of Tom Fell Porter. Yeah, you get fixed, buddy. Woo!
It's another thing you could do pretty. I think you can do that with a button press in 1, but that's another thing you can do pretty simply in 2 is just hold on a different button and repair your vehicle without having to access a terminal even.
Oh, neat. Awaken!
It also instantly recharges your battery.
Blood collection complete. Thank you for your generosity.
Alright, first things first. Drink. And then shower. Filthy!
Number 0.
6 grenades worth of filth.
It's a lot.
Ten grenades worth of piss! One grenade of poo.
Haven't been eating as much.
Eating's weird in this game. You really only eat cryptobionts, and you only really eat cryptobionts when you're low on blood.
Yeah, I know. Like even in 2, that's kind of the same way, and they have a like an icon for like when you eat a cryptobiont. It's like Sam's hunger is satiated somewhat. I'm like, I mean, my blood's full. I could only eat the one. Every time I stop at a shelter, I don't know. Like, get my guy some fucking mother-based Doritos. I'll chow down.
let's also wait. Where is all the stuff on the truck?
That's gonna be another one. That's gonna be. I really hope we can get to a master collection 2, so we can play and also probably co-op Peace Walker, because you can do all that, and we can actually talk about researching mother-based Doritos and shit.
No, there's food and stuff in here of different times that just Sam doesn't eat any of it, which is weird.
Yeah, no, like I feel like Sam should you need a little bit of something.
Thank you for your...
He needs to hydrate. Well, clearly that's because all this is just happening in one day, and he doesn't actually get hungry.
Well, it is true. There's no day-night cycle in Death Stranding.
Let's see. So it's 420. No, just 460. Excuse me.
Contribution.
Clean materials.
That or Sam just sleeps like exactly 12 hours every day. It's somehow always the same time of day when he wakes up.
Okay. I forgot my math already. That's why I need to write things down.
Yeah, that's something that unfortunately is
460.
not fixed in 2, of like needing to remember stuff. You can't like check the map and look at the materials released, so it's like I gotta be like, hold on, how many did I need? Like I said, you can't overcommit, but it's like I would, prefer to just know, how many button presses, because you don't want to under. Then you gotta make more trips.
It's true. This should be enough for the next piece. After that, again, we might gonna have to go punch some mules. But I got a truck. I can take a lot from the mules now. Alright, back we go. The truck is hot and fresh, and so am I.
Yeah, like I mentioned before how like with some of the stuff they did change, like Dahlman is kind of your constant companion, actually chatting to you, and like you can talk to him in private rooms and stuff. So he'll like you'll just see dialogue with him where he'll be like, if you don't shower yet, he's like, oh Sam, do you need a shower? You've not there a long time, and then you take a shower, you go back, and Dahlman's like, woo, clean as a whistle. Like just like little things. He also will comment on like story stuff going on, but he has a couple of canned dialogues for just like, reminding you that like, hey, you might need to take a break or
Personally, I like that. Sam's entirely too fucking quiet during this. There's just a lot of periods of nothing. Like every once in a while, he'll just mutter to himself about, traveling or, being out in the time fall or something, but otherwise it's just quiet. Which I guess goes to his personality.
Yeah.
And stuff, but I haven't actually got my hands on it. I already like the idea of having Dahlman being around, chatting it up with you.
Basically, playing the metaphorical role of giving somebody similar to the BB for Sam to bounce off of, except that actually there's something to bounce off of. He actually like has back and forth and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And like I said, I've also mentioned he is actually useful because he is unequipable. You can fucking throw him as your remote recon psychic drone.
Yeah,
Again,
I've seen him. I think he goes into combat mode. It's just like as he flies out. It's hilarious.
Yeah, because this is not a spoiler, because it's literally fragile. It says, "Ah, yes, this is Dahlman. He used to be a spirit medium, and now he, and gestures at the fact that he's a puppet." So it's like, yeah, no, he's a spirit medium doll. Which again, not a brand new concept, but not utilized in this way before. Okay,
Just remembering fucking Psycho Mantis and fucking 4. That when you took her out, you get the 2 puppets that, you know, you use them and you can just psychically yank people.
Yeah, that was a really. I mean, I'm glad that there was a lot of New Game Plus stuff basically in 4. I'm glad you could keep all your iconic weapons because like you almost never had enough time to use the fucking puppets.
Well,
she's at the end of Act 5.
No, I think like she's like the last one of the last things you do in 4 before you have the literal best boss fight in the entire fucking series.
Yeah, but obviously while doing that one, you know, you cannot use your weapons on purpose. It's because it's the climax of the send up of, well, it's time to strip down to our you know, our skivvies and punch each other.
I find that amazing. We have that is the 3rd time that has happened in this series.
But like that's the thing, right? It's like Hideo Kojima doesn't see an idea and go, "Oh, I did that. I can't ever do that again." He's like, "We could do that again. We got to do something different. What are we gonna do? We're gonna make it over the top. We're gonna give him fucking 3 phases now."
Wait, no, that's well, it wasn't down to your skivvies, but we did, you know, hit button for in case of cage match. I'll count that one too.
Yeah. Technically, I believe you can shoot Volgan in that fight. It's just that you don't usually want to keep a gun out because if he zaps you, all your bullets explode. So it's not like an enforced, you know, fisticuff.
Yeah, I guess I've all
it is still, I think, the like designated fisticuff fight because, you know, you get to pull some CQC tricks in the cutscenes and like. Honestly, again, talking about how like three's really well written and the characters are really good. Just those moments of like at the end, you know beat Volgan's ass. He's lying on the floor. She's like, Ocelot, shoot him, and Ocelot's just like, no, why would I do that? You wanted a cage match. God, Delta's gonna be so cool because it's like I said, no re-recorded dialogue, so it's just all that writing.
Yeah, no, definitely looks like one more, and then we'll have this little, like, I think my path was usually, like, right through there, I think. God, barely drove out of here, the rust is already coming. We need fucking Chiralium paint, y'all. Yep, there's the incinerator stack. And we're in the storm again! Alright, well, that's enough to tag that one.
It is very funny, like, thinking about the weather stuff that's, like... I feel like the theme is that, like, Timefall and the Death Stranding and stuff make stuff, like, time accelerated, but also, in a sense, makes things timeless. So, like, yeah, there are just areas where it just constantly rains literally all the time. I was thinking about this at Access to the chat, just Sam talk more in the sequel. I feel like his little, like, aside comments are a little more frequent in the field, but, like, and you do have, like I said, dialogue options, but those are not voiced by Norman Reedus. Like, Sam doesn't out loud say those, but he is supposed to be having a conversation back and forth with people, so he kind of talks more, but he still does, I've mentioned before, have several scenes where just the weirdos are doing weird stuff, and Sam just kind of does his usual, like, you know, tilt head, slight squint, stand back, kind of like, yeah, uh-huh.
Alright, so just grab another 1,000 and 640, and we'll be good on roads for now. Well, then we can go back to the distro center, pick up the package, and see what is fucking what. I'm not worried about medals, but I need to fucking see who got this. You have... Oh, wait, no, you got it. Oh, you don't got the medals. Leg Knot got the medals, so we're going all the way back. Well, actually, hang on. Would it be faster just to go to distro center? Buddy bot! let's see here. Yeah, I can unload from the distros center. Actually, yeah, no, we're gonna go to the distro center because I'll just grab the package from there and I'll just build the road along the way. That's what I'll do. Good. I don't know if I want to bring the truck up into that mountain pass, though. I don't know if I got the space for that, but I'll try. Because the problem with this area is there's a lot of time... Oh, nah, the trike should be okay. It's not that important, guys. I can take the trike. The trike will be faster. I'll be able to take a little bit of time fall. With the scorpion. Actually, sorry. Oh, we weren't on the Carol network at all. Interesting. Huh. Okay. Didn't even realize.
Happens sometimes.
Actually, if I can't make it on the truck, I'll just do it by foot. I don't think the supplies to the way station's gonna be that much. Should be. They usually don't overburden you when you're, like, for the story missions, at least.
Yeah, I mean, I think there are some big story missions, but usually they're pretty simple.
Mr. Kojima, why do we put so much rocks out here?
I want you to just step on them.
Honestly, yes. That are probably to be, you know, fucking problems. And then when you make the path, you're like, behold, you have solved it. They're just coming with me. Just stuck. They're just stuck.
Beginning scan. Scanning bridges ID. Verifying ID.
I was trying to thread the needle. I missed.
Weapons detected. All weapons will be locked until departure. Decontaminate.
Yeah, even careful with this.
All clear.
Carbon lockers.
Sam Porter Bridges.
They're still in two, and I have banged my shins into them going fast.
Alright. Well, let's share, this memory chip data. Ayo!
What a wonderful gift.
Hot.
Thelma. Original motion picture soundtrack.
Thank you for your contribution.
Alright. So, first things first. Skelly? Alright. Boots? Okay. Blood bags? Full. Remote bombs? Good. Grenades? Good. Spare boots? Good. Gun? Good. Spray? Good. Bola gun? Not good. We'll stick that in the private locker. Oh, we have extra ceramics in here. I didn't know. Alright, rad. I totally forgot. Lots of blood banks, floating carriers. Honestly, we're gonna load one of those up into the fucking truck. Those are useful. Don't need those, don't need those, don't need those. Oh, wait, that's the one I put in there. Okay. Wait, where's my truck? Oh, there it is. Load that on the private locker. Let's go. Continue. Recycle. Recycle that much at least. And along with this bola gun. Fabricate new bola gun. Hang on tool rack. I am unloaded as fuck. Excellent.
We like to be a little unburdened.
Mm-hmm. So take on order for Sam's, 80 kilograms. It's just, well, it's just like one, yeah, no, perfect, it'll fit on the thing. Charles Kahn. Let's just swap trucks. Let's just swap trucks.
Change places.
No, Buddy Bot. Buddy Bot, I wish you were able to, you know, traverse fucking rough areas, but you literally can't. You literally can't. Oh, they're building materials. Okay, interesting.
I wonder what we're constructing up there. Meat is one of the things.
Thank you for your contribution.
Alright. All 5. No problem. And then let's see. It's 1,000 metals and 1640 ceramics. Easy enough. So that will finish that, but it does remind me I want to break these down so that I know that they're there, because I won't be able to see. I won't see the numbers once they're broken down. All right, so that's good. Because after we get to the way station, well, like I said, the way station's only a way station. We got to go all the way around here and then up there. And I believe there's a mule camper around in this area somewhere. Yeah, there it is.
Yeah, somewhere around the curve.
There's one there. There might be
Also,
another one.
I don't remember if it's... At some point, when you go around the mountains, they stop being mules. But that might only be, like, way in the south.
I don't know. Yeah, but then they're going to start shooting me.
With real bullets.
That reminds me, when I get starting to play Death Stranding 2, I need to make like a fucking Strand contract.
Have a pleasant journey.
If they still have those.
Weapons
Two-wheel it!
lifted.
Yeah! I should not do that on the overpass. Woo! Lost cargo PlayStation systems. Goodbye!
RIP PlayStation.
What can't you do?
What do you mean you just find PlayStations out in the wild?
Well, you know, they're lost cargo.
God, that's why I just want the
No,
attack.
I don't know, man. if one of these porters was out there, like, I would not lose a PlayStation. Like, I might, you know, quote unquote lose a PlayStation, so that I have something to do with my time. But
Yeah, no, we talked about a lot of people being separated and stuff and whatnot, so I honestly do wonder, like, what is our level of, like, media production right about now? Like, we have the film director, like, is he making movies? Probably not, he's one man in a shelter. The cover artist probably makes some stuff. Probably same with the musician, but is it, like, out there? Gaining traction, popularity? Before this hookup, probably not, so...
yeah, before the network, definitely not. That is supposed to be part of the value of the network.
It's just so weird to think about. People were probably not, like, making a lot of stuff. I also wish I had a little gauge showing me my freaking durability. I can kind of tell when you look at it and it's getting rusty as fuck, but sometimes it's hard to see the actual numbers unless you like very particular application. Let's drop this stuff off. Rebuild the roads. You've made a substantial contribution. I made all the contribution. Oh, that's going up. Interesting. It might. Well, nope. Actually, we got a little bit of space. It might be okay. We'll find out though. Let's see how actually over we go up here. Oh no, we're fine. We're fine. That's it right there. That's my pass. So we'll pop off right here. Boost! I lost all sense of traction. I don't know how.
It is raining. But I don't think you should, like, quite have scooping scoops like that. That's weird. I remember, is there a road you can build that goes right up to their doorstep? You might be able to do that.
Nah, I don't think there is.
Bridges ID. Verifying ID. Clear. Weapons detected. All weapons will be locked until departure. Cargo verified. Thank you.
It is I, Sam Porter Bridges. Formerly known as Sam Porter Stranding. Wait, I got it already? Oh, okay, never mind. I was about to be like, wait a minute. Here you go, Chief.
Oh, you must be Sam Bridges. That one-man expedition
Take your things,
team.
brother.
We may be cut off up here, but word still travels. We
Oh, he
read
got some armor
all about
plates.
The Great Deliverer, the BT Buster, the terrorist.
Well, like I said, I'm pretty sure around the corner somewhere is the shootman.
Well, I'm just stoked to meet you, man. So, what you got for us? Whoa,
Sorry, the men who
incredible.
shoot.
This will be a huge help. Thanks. you're not gonna even recognize the way Station 1 went through. All right.
Get jacked! It's a bit of work, but no, I think it's worth it. It's that the road stops at Mountain Knot City, so we're over the halfway mark, at the very least. Woo! Look at all that. What?
Schwa.
Oh, that's right. Because we're going north again. I don't know why the line goes from south, not up to here, but okay.
You did technically go in that order, but
Woo! Yeah, there it is, armor plate. Yes! This is that. There it is.
Man, it sure feels good to be part of the UCA for real.
there we go.
We've been
Non-lethal
literally
gun.
marooned on an island for way too long. I can't wait to reconnect with everyone at HQ.
That will make bullying the mules way easier.
I'm feeling revved up.
Oh, especially with the armor
like never
plates.
before. We won't let our country down. Thanks, Sam. And not that you need it. You're gonna hit the West Coast before you know it.
Yeah, seeing the guy with the armor plates, I was all like, oh man, maybe he got
Next, you
some.
need to extend the network to the distro center north of the city. Now would be a damn good time to do it, too, as they just sent out an SOS call. Info's still coming in, but it looks like there's been an accident, and we've got injured in need of assistance. Check the delivery terminal for details.
If you don't force me to fucking do it, I ain't doing it right now. Let's see here. Yeah, 15. Oh, it. This one has a time limit. Interesting, interesting.
They really need that blood. Well, I think it's because, if I remember rightly, they need that blood because don't they need the blood because some homo daemons have shot some people?
Yeah, I believe it was like a terrorist attack.
Yeah, so it is urgent because they need the blood so people don't die, because that becomes
That's
not
all
only
right
is
for
that
your
bad,
shoulders and
but
legs.
also
The downside
that becomes a
is that
problem.
you won't be able to
because
carry
you have to
cargo
dispose of
on
those
top
corpses.
it.
That gets crazy.
You'll have to weigh the pros and cons.
Okay. 2. Honestly, I don't attach a lot of stuff to my suit. Eventually, these bitches become powered. It's great. Yeah, look at that shit. Ooh, I like the hip vibe. Let's go with the hip vibe. Protect my
Work
thighs.
over the skeleton? They do work over the skeleton. Neat. I didn't realize that.
Yeah. Yeah, I just haven't been using the thigh slots like at all. Normally once I get the when I get the stronger ones, I'll have like 2 on the shoulder, and I put the fucking thermal bottles on my thing so I can travel up through the north. And I just don't equip anything on the on there anymore. But excuse me. All right, so. Oh, I didn't even pick up the fucking. Here. See, now here's the thing. Now that I got the non-lethal assault rifle, I will probably never use the bullet gun again. Not to say that I don't like the bullet gun, but boy, just having being able to shoot bullet is great.
Yeah, that's like a thing that, like, in 2, like, I haven't hardly used the bullet gun at all because it's not the first thing you get. It's like a thing you get later as like, oh, hey. Actually, I think you get it from the book. He's like, hey, the man who delivers once used this. And I'm like, well, that's true. I did use it, but you gave me real guns right away.
Look at that slick design. Eventually, you'll be able to unlock the multi-purpose. All right, but let's see what we got for standard orders. We got Craftsman, Distro Center.
Yeah, I can't remember if there's... I think there might just be a straight-up blood hematic rounds version, too.
There is. The final assault grain gets you rubber, blood, and chromium rounds, which are even more effective against BTs, I think they say. I don't remember. Alright, but let's give the game a chance to repopulate some resources. I can go around and find out,
Thank you for your contribution.
if I can find some more runs to the way station and the collector.
Well, don't you need to do whatever the collector wanted you to do?
Weapons restrictions.
Did you do that already?
No, I didn't.
Go
We
to
should,
the crater.
where I have to go to the crater. Yeah, we should totally do that. Yeah, now that I've actually gone through here, I think just right here is just a pain in the dick for some particular reason, but it's not that bad.
Yes, I feel like I remember that exact, like, what would you say, like, mountain pass, like, right off this
bump up? Just
highway.
bump
It's
up
just
here?
like, yeah. Just drive up that.
So we'll run to here and there, run to the collector, get that mission, come back, fight the BTs again. Well, I need the Corellium crystals because we got more roads to build. Thankfully, it doesn't seem like it's too crazy. I don't know how it is when we get out here though, but again, I'm gonna try and build the road all the way out here. What does Lucky want to do, though? Well, I guess I'm going to install Death Stranding, too. I cannot be stopped. I don't know, maybe I'll play some tomorrow. I don't know. Lucky's thinking!
Yep.
Again, that place is just too conspicuous not to be used for something.
Like I said, I definitely think there's a scene maybe later there. Or like a job that'll have you go out there.
First, then drop off the Casman stuff, because I'm probably gonna drive through his place anyway on the way to the ruined-ass crater. Boost! People are always watching Sam.
Beginning scan. Scan.
Sam, we're streaming. We're live.
Verifying ID. Decontaminating system. All clear. Welcome, Sam Porter Bridges.
Get this shit off.
Good work.
Charles sent me a message, but let's see here. That's from the camp. That's just to straight to South Knot. I could do that. Lost in an accident. To cosplayer. Ah, excellent. This is exactly what I wanted. I could always use more custom grenades. Anyone else I'm going to immediately? I could swing by the cosplayer easily enough. Yeah, I don't want to go fight the mules right now. So we can grab that one. Not that one. Elder, no, no. Got that one, got that one. No. No, no. Yes. No. That one's not completed, so we'll do that one too. Critically acclaimed video games. Yeah, we'll do that one because we got to swing back anyway. No, no. No, no. Yes, no. No. Alright. Select premium delivery. This is why we got a truck. We swap trucks again. How now, brown cow? No, buddy bot, you can't come with us. I need a drone rack.
Real nice.
Coffee making kit. Yeah, honestly, looking at the time, yeah, no, we'll probably get done with the BT zone collector and all that delivery stuff, and we'll be okay. So I'm gonna head down to South Knot, see, and the cosplayers, see if there's anything for along the route. Come back up, go to the craftsman, drop that shit off. Do I want to visit the collector right now? Sure, yeah.
Beginning scan. Scanning bridges ID. Verifying ID.
It's kind of on the
Weapons
way.
detected. All weapons will be locked until departure. All clear. Welcome, Sam Porter Bridges. Weapons restrictions lifted.
Hey, my little overland path is coming along.
It's kind of working. Still doesn't, get rid of all the little rock clusters. We've talked about this before. The game's not really specific on how that works.
Still got it.
But you are wearing down some of the small rocks.
Truck and ravine. I don't know how deep the water is to have it drain the batteries, so I'm not gonna test it. Let's grab. South. Here it is. Critically acclaimed video games.
Which video games they are.
Probably a lot of games on, you know, greatest of all times and whatnot. That'd be my assumption.
You know, I think Famitsu does have like a little, I can't remember what they call it, but they have a list of like, they only have like so many games that are like, you know, were perfect scores.
Beginning
Something really
scan.
into that.
Scanning bridges ID. Verifying ID. Clear. Weapons detected.
Oh. Did I not do this one already?
Okay.
I suppose you very well make.
I thought I did. Okay, maybe I didn't. Maybe I'm just an idiot.
They did send me the email, so maybe that's
True enough.
There's not like, you know, crazy deep mission progression or anything. It's mostly just like, you know, you yap, you wait a little bit, you yap some more, pick up some packages.
Oh, yes, he has like backpack cover. Sick.
Men like you are few and far between. Special breed.
Yeah, that's good.
You must have a great many stories to share.
But yeah, what I was gonna say was that it
I
makes
knew
sense
it.
to the collector.
Take care.
But the collector is not mandatory to clear the game. You know, like I don't think you actually have to get his chiral network coverage up. You know, the game likes it if you do that, but
Ah, this is the one that I fucked up on. All right. Oh, that's the lake, not. Oh wait, do I still have the? Oh, that's the one that I Wait, that's the old board game.
there's a lot of these board games.
Yeah. Yeah, we'll do. I'll do that one's off screen, but we'll take care of that. And then where is it? Where is it? Oh wait, do I have to put it on in a private room? I might.
Order assigned. Weapons restrictions lifted.
I'll be in touch.
Yeah, I think that might be a. Might have to put that on backpack customization. But the backpack cover is nice. It only protects what's in your backpack, but it'll protect it from rainfall. Or timefall, excuse me. I don't know if it has a downside to it, but we'll see.
No, I think it's just that, you know, you only have. We talked about it before. There's a little icon space for backpack slots.
I got something for the cosplayer, didn't I?
I think so.
Yes, okay, I did. Now I remember why I usually didn't want to bring my van down here, is because I always have to back up to get back out. It's sometimes a pain. Alright, so cosplayer, South Knot. Back up. I can pick up something from the. As long as it's not urgent, I can pick up stuff for the collectors and the other ones. It's fine. Just keep it in the truck. Like I said, if they're not timed, the time doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Really?
I
So.
literally did that earlier. picked up a standard order for somewhere, threw that shit in the back of my truck, and then drove the long way around and back.
Beginning scan. Scanning bridges ID. Verifying ID. Clear. Weapons detected. All weapons will be locked until the harsh weapons restrictions.
Boost!
Okay, there you go, Speed Demon.
That's me, the speed demon.
He's speeding and demon.
Where does speed demon even come from?
I don't know, like, I'm pretty sure it's like a song lyric, but I don't really know where we popularized that. It sounds like some sort of like 1950s or 1940s type of slang. Ah, he's a speed demon! He's demon of speed! Dateline Mount Fuji.
You're so much better at that voice than I am. Slip on down. A few laughs. Mud all over these fucking tires. Stop. 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 I'm not getting trapped in the fucking... Alright, let's see here. Where is the cosplayer stuff? Is that it? That's it, alright. Did I wear out that rock? Oh wait, no. The ledge is right here.
Beginning scan. Scanning bridges ID. Verifying ID. Clear.
Actually, do I have an ammo pouch yet? I don't remember. Deliver requested cargo. Wait, was those fucking laser discs?
You're the best.
Could be.
I told myself.
Laserdisc was kind of a, you know, ahead of its time format.
I shouldn't have skipped it so fast, son of a bitch.
I hope.
Good work.
Good work. Hand cream, no. Retro game costumes. Yeah, we'll load them up. We'll load them up. Ooh, a lot.
Order assigned.
Hold on to that, Sam. Good.
Weapons restrictions lifted.
All right, see you, Sam.
I remember thinking about this probably when I first played the game, but I do like how the armor plates look. I think they fit. They pretty good design. Why they even got the ball straps on there? I wish you could actually strap things to them.
Nice. Yeah, they're fairly realistic. I'm pretty sure there are versions of modern body armor that have plates like that for like your thighs. The shoulder ones are, I think, a little bigger than they, you know, we go in reality. But like I said, they still look in the zone. And then obviously you gold everything, so that's, you know.
You know, looking at it, like, they have the mall straps on the fucking plates. I should be able to, like, put stuff on there. Let me put my grenade pouch there!
Nice.
Where's my bag? Where's my bag? Where's my bag? There we go. bespoke. Oh, actually, looking at it, I think I'm taking a little bit longer than I meant to. Looks like we'll hit the top of the hour by maybe when we hit the south dawn. Well, you've already saw me fight a BT today, so it's no major matter. I can do that off screen. Actually, did I log into FGO? I should double check that shit.
Double check.
I want to say I did. You never know. Hang on a second. Lucky. Let's not, look away on the fucking, overpass with no rails. You fool.
Right.
Mama's just zip lines in the middle of fucking, well, not in the middle of nowhere, but
I think the idea is, if I remember rightly, is that she was like testing them out.
yeah, but this is just Lucky's pet peeve about stuff. I don't mind it. I wish I could at least remove them. Give me that chiral space for more stuff.
Beginning scan. Scanning bridges ID. Verifying ID. Welcome to South Knot City. Proceed to distribution center. Decontaminating system. All clear. Welcome, Sam Porter Bridges.
Yeah, I think I ultimately ended up connecting like Mama's lines to my greater zipline network, but they are kind of just like off doing their own thing.
Nothing beats a package. Whoa.
Good work. New order.
Check on new orders. No. No, no. No. Oh, wait, I already did these ones. And that's it. Yeah, no, there's nothing for... Damn, there's nothing for the dude. I might have to go run up to... Oh, excuse me. The off ones, but like I said, I'll do that off fucking camera. Like I said, I'll probably work on some of the road going forward and all the extra stuff, but nah. Next time, again, hopefully we'll continue progressing story wise and be me less faffing about with deliveries. We did make progress, technically.
Yeah, obviously you did go to the way station, but a decent chunk of this time was running back and forth for the collector. He was a brand new guy.
Brand new guy.
New guy dropped 2 discs.
But so yeah, hopefully we'll continue our extra Death Stranding streams to get us there. Let's see, this was 8, and we've been going like 4 to 5 hours. So no, we're at like 40 hours so far. It's a lot. It's a lot. But we will keep on keeping on. So with that, everyone, thank you so much for showing up. Glad you were here. Glad for the company and the conversation. Please don't forget to check out our other content coming out throughout the week. You still doing? What are you doing tomorrow, Mega?
We still have one more color and then all the multicolor stuff for Final Fantasy. So we'll be doing another one of those.
Another one of those.
And I think we'll be done.
Rad.
Finally.
Finally, fantasy.
It is the Final Fantasy.
Wednesday we'll be streaming more FF14. Probably working more on mounts and stuff. Does the Tombstone?
Google Tombstone event should start, yeah.
Yeah, that'll probably start tomorrow.
Trove,
so we'll be working on that. Everyone loves free stuff. So our next Death Stranding stream will probably be Thursday, same time, same length. And Friday we'll be recording Let's Talk FGO. Honestly, I don't know. Well, we'll have the our next summer pregame at the very least. I don't know what else will be announced.
Yep.
But with that, we're going to get on out of here. So I hope all of you have a good one, and we will see you next time.
Bye, everybody.